Well, it's been an interesting day today. What is up, one and all? I'm back. I wasn't sure if we were going to make it. We made it. Oh, God. I know I don't want to move much today. Is this another... no, dude, like, legit. Like, I mean, I just thought it was a very interesting icebreaker today, I say, as I literally have an ice pack on my crotch. Yeah. Lasered in the nuts. Not your usual Tuesday, to be honest, but I'm pretty sure I brag a more interesting Tuesday than anyone else in this directory with that. I wasn't sure I was going to feel, actually. That's why I warned yesterday that we might not stream because of the operation. But gotta get to it. Can't take breaks. No, we've got DeMu versus Cat starting in just a few minutes. And then, folks, in about 2 hours, I believe it is, we're going to have B versus Valdemar. And then later on, we have got the Myriad Numadon sets. So, lots to get through. No time to rest. Like, no. Like, literally just had an operation, and we're just like, well, you know what? I'm not, like, unconscious. I think we just go next. Must be nice in the UK. In the US, we just use a butcher knife. I don't think that was a doctor that you saw. I'm pretty sure it's not a doctor you saw. Operation vasectomy. Yeah, I guess that's the technical term. I prefer lasered in the nuts. It's got more of a ring to it. It was a weird experience, guys. Like, yeah, so... I guess while we wait for them to start driving, talk about... So we decided, like, 2 kids is enough. We love Frey and Ezra. We don't need more. And apparently I'm the one who had to get mutilated. But I was pretty chill about it until last night after I'd done a bunch of influencer work. And then I was like, am I allowed to eat and drink before the op? I wasn't sure. So I went Googling. And then I went down the rabbit hole. That was not fun. About, like, getting injected there. The incisions. I think one person said that one of those swelled up like a Coke can. So far, fingers crossed it stays that way. All Gucci, right? But the part that really stuck to me was the amount of people who made a comment. I think it was, be prepared. Be prepared for it to smell like burnt pork. That was the I mean, I don't know if that's what a burnt pork smells like, but yes, there is something very odd about smelling yourself burning, you know? Like, thank God in a controlled environment, but it is a very polarizing and unique feeling. I'm not sure, like, how I meant to feel about it. It wasn't as, like, gross of a smell as I was, like, expecting based on some people's responses. We also had this wonderful lady who was there to just basically small talk me. Right? And it's like, we're just talking about injections and things like that for the kids and etc. And my brain's like, you think you're distracting me, but you're not. I can feel him rummaging around down there. Like, you know what? We'll just have the conversation. But the funniest part, right, is like every once in a while, she looked down and I was so tempted to go, hey, eyes up here, okay? I'm a human being, not an object. I don't know why I didn't in the moment. That would have actually been the perfect time to use that saying. I'll probably never get to use that again in my life. What's up, Nono? Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Appreciate it, mate. But yeah. So I was like, oh, maybe I'll be rested up. But like so far, not too bad. We got home. We was just holding an ice pack on it. And I'm just like, you know what? I think we can stream. So here we are. Literally, we just had the procedure 3 hours ago, I think it was. And we're just slam dunking it. Actually, less than 3 hours, I think. And we're slam dunking it into doing this stream today. Weird experience. What I'll say of it is like the worst part was definitely the injection. I don't know if anyone else gets this with like injections in general. I feel like this is a common thing when you're getting like anesthetics or whatever. I don't know if it's because you become more conscious, but the first injection didn't really hurt. The second one hurt a lot, like a decent amount rather. And then third and fourth was fine. But like, I don't know, and I'm going to say, has anyone had this in general? Because I don't think it's just in relation to nuts. Like, I think I remember having this in general when I have like something done with my mouth. It's like the first injection you don't really process. It's almost like your body switches on after the first prick. And then the second one is like, ooh. I don't know why. It's a very weird phenomenon that I've noticed. Maybe it's just something unique about me. But yeah, it's I say so far my opinions on the procedure is it's like it was pretty reasonable. What I will say is there was a very weird, the only way I can describe it is like a numbing, hollowing pain, which is probably fitting considering they're literally burning into you. That's what they're doing. Like, that's what it is. It's a laser. So it's like, I think it's called it's like an automatically but like the whole concept is like the wound cauterizes itself the most. But they are literally searing off something of you. I'm less of a man. But like the weird thing I'll say about it is like the best way I could describe it to you is it's almost like a tummy ache in your testicles. If that makes sense. So, I don't know. I don't think most people talk about this, but I'm pretty transparent. Like, I don't know, if you reach a point in life where you need a vasectomy, it wasn't that big of like a hoo-ha. It's more the thought of things happening down there that is the grimacing part. But like hearing tales of like some people screaming after coming out, I'm like, brother, what's your problem? The only weird thing is the best thing is I remember getting up from the table and I don't think it was necessary, but I'm still doing it. I'm feeling this overwhelming necessity to waddle like a penguin. So yeah, pretty quick procedure though. I think we were like in and out in 20 or 30 minutes. And yeah, that's the family jewels are now locked up, guys. Like they are imprisoned. They cannot be reached. They are safe. I'm stopping at Ezra and Freya. I love my two kids. They're glorious. We don't need a third. But yeah, hopefully no like problems. I think the weirdest one is like they have to list it, right? But there is like technically a very, very small chance your testicle like just dying or whatever. Like insanely small. Because it's basically like the whole idea is if there's hemorrhaging or whatever, like you should be able to resolve it before then. But you know, no. Like it's how to put this. It's like, you know, when you read through procedures and it has the most dark and grimacing thing in there, be like, that's not going to happen. You know? Like when it lists death at the bottom, it's like, oh yeah, the amount of loopholes you'd have to jump through to arrive at death. It's like, it's always still weird when they put it on there. I get why they have to. But it's like, are you trying to just scare me away from the procedure, man? Like, what's going on here? But yeah, vasectomies, guys. If you got your kids you need, go for it. Hello, Mr. No More Kids. That's right. Although I don't know why I done it. I mean, like, what's the two sex life killers? Marriage and kids. You got one of those? Probably not using a junk anyway. On top of that, I'm a gamer. I've got so many hours gaming and casting. I ain't got time for a relationship. I've only got time to eat. The commitment I give to you, my little online kiddos. Oh dear. All right. Anyway, let's get ready. We've got Cat versus DeMu about ready to kick off here. So the boys have just completed the draft. HRE. Okay, this is like we've been here before with Ben though, and it went a bit rough last time. Is this the next Hims month already? You didn't tell me about this part of the deal. Oh yeah, Voldy, we're gonna get you sorted, mate. I imagine it's even cleaner and more fancy in Denmark. You guys pay like 50% of what you earn as taxes, so it damn well better be. They'll probably give you like a lollipop on the way out or something compared to the UK. UK, I just went to like an industrial area and it just has this medical like center there, and I'm like, this doesn't really look like very hospitally at all. Didn't tell my mum knew about it because we had to organize someone to get me there and back because I don't drive anyway. I don't think it's a good idea to go on a bumpy train and bus. Like a shout out to my brother-in-law who took me. Like, he was so wonderful about it. He's like, let me check the route on the way home to make sure there's no speed bumps. And he even says, like, if your sister was driving you, she'd probably find the bumpiest road. I was like, I know she would, which is why I wouldn't have accepted a ride from her. So thank you. My favorite part, actually, now that I think about it, the best part of like talk was with one of the nurses saying, and now make sure you don't go to like the local Tesco's, which is a shop or anything like that, right? Like, make sure you just go straight home, cold compress on it, lay down all day. I listened to 2 of the 3 components given there, but I just like this idea that there's just someone who's like, you know, they've just smelt themselves burning and like, man, I'm hungry. Let's go to Mackie D's. Oh dear, oh dear. All right, I think the boyos are getting set up now anyway. Like, it's the thing is, there are people like that. I read one story about a guy who, he had it done, and then he realized he wasn't in pain or anything. So he went home, he started cleaning the house, and then he put things like, away. He was doing everything, right? Like he was lifting heavy things. And then it got to the evening, and he just had this oh no moment where like the pain hit him so hard because he just kind of got cocky. Me, I'm not going to get cocky. I'm like, Emma, both of our children, you can pick them up. You can hold them. I am in particular staying away from Freya, who will be obsessed with jumping on me because she always is. Like, I'm actually worried when she gets home. I'm probably going to have to lock the door to my garage to keep her away. Because you guys know what she does. She jumps up on my lap. No, we're not doing that. It's not allowed. You might be up for one of those once your second is born in December this year. I mean, I'll keep you updated. You can feel free to ask questions as we go. But fine, for the time being, I'm fine. And how's it going, Johan? It's been a while, bud. Yeah, Johan's like, dude, like, Laser? Has he been playing Stellaris? Do another sperm count before getting wild? Oh yeah, it was kind of interesting talking to like a middle-aged nurse about it. And it's like, so like, how like so 30 ejaculations by this day when we do the test sort of thing. Trying to be very official, not going jerking off or anything. You must aim to have ejaculated at least 30 times before you have like the test. My brother-in-law is insane. He's had it done. He went, yeah, I never even sent off the test. And he's got 4 kids. I'm like, are you okay? That's a dangerous game. That's playing roulette with your testicles, really. Oh man. Fans are getting weirder and weirder recently. Yeah, they're a little bit funky, right? Nice Templar makes sense with Khao-San in there, though. Oh, by the way, we're getting Canal. Canal, I love that. Ben picked it. Well, he didn't ban it, so it got picked. Shaving is different than landscaping, right? You can just trim instead of shave? Yeah. Or, like, some people said that you don't need to, though, shave yourself. Like, I didn't get offered that. But yeah, because, like, you're talking about it being a laser, right? So, as long as you aren't... As long as you aren't the full forest, right? Like, as long as it doesn't look like a moment out of Jumanji where they're looking for the Reeves, where the doctor just goes down and goes like this, you should be fine. It's probably the most interesting way someone's ever heard the junk described. If you do happen to be at the point where someone going down on you would have to go like this, like, I don't know what's happened. I'm sorry, but biology hasn't been kind to you. At that point, you're like Dr. Egg from Sonic, just not on the face. It's a bit concerning. Shaving's hard down there? Like, dude, like, are you using like a proper... No. Why? I like to live dangerously, he says as he gets that old school belt out and sharpens the blade. Jesus. Your wife wants you to get one now? Convince me. You should, first of all, get a contract and have her write up and stipulate how much booba you get in return for it. Make sure you negotiate the terms you are looking for. Now, you won't always be happy coming out of any negotiation in life, but the idea is to make sure that you're both not necessarily satisfied, but not upset. So, you're looking for the middle ground of contentness. Best chat ever on AoE4? What can I say? Like, we just deliver. I mean, I tell you what, I'm not going to have to deliver anymore. Babies! Ayo! Oh, God, I need to stop. You know what the funny part is? I'm probably going to tell my guy to, like, go clip the VOD and just listen to a video. Maybe we'll make, like, a second YouTube channel. I don't know if this really fits in with the Age of Empires 4 content on the primary, you know? Might be a little bit of a stretch. Which is something I'm not going to be doing right now. I'm super, like, paranoid. It's probably fine. But when you hear about things like, what was it, hematomas? Like, no. No. I think I will resist a freaking hematoma. I'm going to be as lazy as I can be. I see that while I've just basically, like, turned on a stream. So maybe it doesn't fit. You know, like, I'll be like, I'm going to make a tier list today. Or, like, playing some ladder or whatever else. Lame. When are you going to tell us about your vasectomy? You get all the interesting content. I'm curious. When Marine Lord broke his ankle, did he actually like properly go over it on stream? I don't know because it probably would have been French. We went over it fully, dude. I love the idea of doing more kind of just chatting content. It's fun. This prime YouTube material, bro. Like, we need is a silhouette of us very clearly dangling testicles and a giant laser, and then my face being. Right, that is the image right there. All right, like hey, I'm literally typing it out to my editor now. Start of stream is me talking about getting my testicles lasered. Might make a good vid to pull from VOD. Why not? There'll be huge testes later. Like, why? Why would you say that? You don't even so you don't even have any indicative way of proving that. Dad never had it done. Why you lie? You're just trying to fake me out. But I'm not a fool. Why do we have a freaking 5-minute delay? I hate it when people do this. Like, you know not to do it. All right, shout out to Chimmy, just told him. I feel like a broken record. Like, I get it if it's the first time, but we've been here so many times. I guess it's easy to forget, but it does screw with the flow of things. So, I guess we'll run 3 minutes of ads now. If you want to keep talking about testicles, subscribe. Oh. Why you gotta put a dark mood on it, Mum? Only missing the junk reveal? I don't think you're going to get that. You can probably stand up holding a man pack here. I've literally just got a giant freaking ice pack down here. No, I can't even. I'm not even going to try to tiptoe to show you guys. But yeah. Basically, and this isn't on DeMu. This is literally Cat hosted and didn't think to check on the directory to see who's watching and whatnot. So we'll get into the game shortly. And that should be fixed for game number 2. Grandad Collie said he felt like they used Super X. What? Nani? I think the difference between me and my grandfather is that I went and had mine done in a surgery, and he clearly had his done in a back alleyway or on a building site. Ugh. But we're good for the moment. And we have tomorrow off. Yeah, I usually go visit my mum on Wednesdays. Maybe I'll just make her come here. I'll just lay on the couch. Oh, I'm in pain. I can't move. It hurts so much. Make sure you bring treats as well. I get you tomorrow. What, we're coming there? Well, I wasn't informed of this. Actually, I can't remember what we'd agreed before. Yeah, I'm going to need loads of sweets and cakes and chocolate. All the typical crap you get when you've been, hospitalized. Oh, I'm going to get a freshly cold drink. Oh. Not even sure I've got the ice pack close enough, to be honest. Has anyone ever been kicked in the nuts so hard they tried to put an ice pack down? It's very weird. When do you have an ice pack in the correct shape? I mean, I just had one of those, the HelloFresh when you get the boxes, they come with to keep it cool, they have the ice packs in there, but it's just a bag full of water. But they'll just freeze in weird shapes. So I found the one that's closest to a curve, but there wasn't really any of that close. The alternative would have been to just get one of those, the ice pack things you put in coolers. Those are flat, right? Ooh, hey, I just remembered. I got those for I think those was for the aircon, the portable aircon thing. That might be perfect. Frozen peas, perfect shape. Ooh, that might be a cool. It's either that or chicken goujons. That way you can say that Your nuts are finger licking. No, I'm not. No, okay, move on. We've got 30 seconds to go. I'm going to start drinking. I mean, we've been over this multiple times. That is indeed my mum. I'm pretty sure you've been here when we've discussed this before, Leave. So what you're saying is I should have all these little balls below my balls. That's pretty much what you're saying with this recommendation of peas. Some people game here for AoE 4. But like, those that try and go, I came here for AoE 4. This is disgusting. You're lying to yourself and me. No one really came here for AoE 4. We all know what we really came here for. Do we not? It's the nut talk. The nut talk is all we really cared about. Alright, anyway, I think we've posted out. Everything is correct. Let's get ready to go. And thank you for sorting the predictions, because I am not in the mood. Oh, for God's sake, this freaking minimap. It's almost like it's part of my stream now that we have to fix the minimap. Like, I should have a checklist. All right. How about this for dedication? I just got back from surgery, and we are immediately jumping into some midweek muster action. I couldn't resist this. I had to see it. We have got 3D Cat going up against Team Liquid's DeMu here in a best of 5. Wouldn't miss it for the world. Order the Dragon to kick us off for DeMu as he struggles against alopecia. Meanwhile, Cat trying to combat back against it with the help of the Chinese. That really sounds like some real-life story. Interesting map. If you guys have not seen alopecia, this did feature in our HIMS Cup show matches that we do on Fridays, which has just reminded me I have yet to actually contact players about the show match this Friday because I was so busy dreading the surgery, so I'll get on that ASAP. But this one I was very happy with. I think Receding is a cool map, but Receding is a bit more situational, whereas Alopecia to me feels really good as a starting base map. Kind of like what you'd see from a Dry Arabia idea. Those that haven't seen it, it's a little bit more like a tame version of Highview, I guess. Because the Stealth Forest exists in quantities, it's just not in the center of the map. So there is a way to play ignoring the Stealth Forest. Now, you could say it would be a disadvantage, but it's still playable, which I quite like. And I think some players will appreciate that. I know, for example, perfect example, Wham has been very vocal before about how he personally does not like Stealth Forest. So I imagine this is a boon, a beauty in comparison. But you got kicked in a football match and you got your balls sprayed with liquid ice. Is that a thing? Liquid ice. I mean, that just sounds like melted ice to me. I'm pretty sure you just described melted ice. It kind of reminds me of when people highlight, like, there was a comedian that highlighted oat milk. When have you ever seen oats be milked? Oh, dear. Let's see who's going to be milking wins off of who here. DeMu was already able to overcome that hurdle of Deniska this week, because last time, 2 weeks ago, when they matched up, Deniska 2-0'd him. Cat versus DeMu is a matchup that I could easily see Cat getting a game, but DeMu definitely would be favored to take the whole series. If he does, you can see what it does on the bracket, by the way. It would be Wham or Myriad likely that he matches up against. Myriad definitely on the rise. I could see him potentially making a semifinals appearance, but we'll have eyeballs on that later. We're going to be opening up with a 2TC build from Order the Dragon. So talking about Wham, quite relevant considering those Canadian boys have been loving this build in comp, and it feels like since the Pro Scouts got nerfed, all the other pros are now following suit. Yeah, back in the Pro Scout meta, it was just given you had to play it, and Order the Dragon were actually surprisingly good at it. They leveraged it well. But now with the nerfs, I don't think it's is necessary or is effective for OTD compared to this type of build. Feels like a mixture of mountain clearing and high view. Kind of. I mean, it pushes you a little bit closer together, but nothing absurd. Part of it was more about adding in the cliffs to give the shape of a balding head. Okay, I can't unread what Xficult just said. Why are we talking about mutilating that? No. Sheesh. You get a vasectomy done, and then all of a sudden, that type of comment comes up. Yeah, like I think you have to be pretty inaccurate with the laser to do that. Jesus. Like, what happened? Was that back in the scalpel days? The doctor was, like, busy with it. Achoo! Oh, no. Okay, so I'm going to stop. I think about 10% of my audience definitely just grimaced. So, China versus Order the Dragon. We're being 2TC. Is there a world in which Cat would play 2TC? I haven't seen China bother with it for a long time. I just think they like Pro Scouts a bit too much. But this is different from Cat. This is a punishment build. Look at the macro. He's got nobody on gold actively. So this suggests that we're going to be looking at what? Probably archers with 11 onward? It could be just rushing the stables to get the scouts out ahead of time, but I don't think that makes sense here. Like, you organically get to pro scouts with the stables timing if you're like 2 to 3 on gold. That was a cancel. Okay, so he's actually going to be going racks instead of archers. What has he seen that's convinced him? You guys getting your cuts made by stormtroopers. Yeah, honestly, like I think if you go in for either a circumcision or a vasectomy, and you find yourself now missing a third of what you started with, probably shouldn't have booked your appointment on take your son to work day. Alright, hello there, wonderful patient. I hope you don't mind, but my 4-year-old son will be sitting in on the procedure, and I'll be guiding his hand. Now, one thing that is pretty weird about this type of Order of the Dragon build is it just feels like there's no units for so long. It does leave you very vulnerable. This is why I like Cat's approach. I mean, he didn't even take the temptation to go Pro Scouts, which makes sense. If you go Pro Scouts, your opponent goes 2TC. Your window of op is pretty small. Here, it's a full gung-ho send, but one thing that is a bit risky here is it's against a Civ that does have the E repairs, so very difficult to actually breach these TCs early on. Not doing this on Hymns Day? No, like my operation was on a Tuesday. What can I say? How selfish of them to not be book me on the Friday. All right, how did you guys predict, by the way? 90% for Benny Boy. I think a decent amount of that is on the name, but I definitely wouldn't rate Cat lowly here, especially if we pick like China to open the series. And wow, he is actually doing Pro Scout, so he just chose to do aggro into PS on a delay. So this isn't about all-inning, which makes a bit more sense. We talked about how difficult it is to ram down an OTDTC. But I wonder if he could have maybe waited on the timing. Like so the weird thing about doing like small aggro opening into Pro Scouts is your opponent isn't going to have that many workers yet on the second TC. Like, look at this over here. He's sitting on what, 9 now? If you go greed first and then go aggro afterwards, your opponent's going to end up blobbing up to 12, 13, 14 out here. So there's a lot more you can actually attack. Wait, you guys... Oh, I'm sorry. Did all the testes talk distract you guys from gambling? Are you telling me you didn't keep your eye on the ball? Anyway, Gilded Archer's coming through. So DeMu, pretty cool comp here, actually. I like this. The men-at-arms are just kind of unbreachable right now, unkillable. What's he doing with them, though? I guess he's just hanging around. Once the Gilded Archer is there, Cat won't want to fight this. Looking the way he's macroing, I think probably priority towards playing Castle off of Pro Scout. So for Cat, it starts to reveal what the real intent was here. This wasn't just like, you know, feigned aggression into Pro Scouts into renewed assault. He wants feigned aggression, Pro Scouts, tech. Which does make sense when you start seeing Gilded Men-at-Arms. Like, these units are infuriating to try and address in the second age. And why is streamer mode once again turning itself off? I drive myself crazy with this. So Discord is drunk. They changed something. Discord basically used to be the moment you'd open OBS, it would turn streamer mode on. Stop doing that for me. I'm not sure why. Now the Chuganu. He did already insulate himself with the Barbican. So, like, I mean, a tech up would definitely be an option. Is this a reaction to DeMu's aggression? Yeah, because maybe he was expecting Ben to just go for the third age. Burgrave is a hell of a timing. MAA looking solid right now. This is the tricky part. Like, you've got Steel Tower on the way, but it's actually pretty worthless here. It doesn't change the damage metrics. At least archers will do more damage against the men-arms, but the Chuganu will be locked at the lowest. The only thing that will change is how you trade out against Gilded Archers. One thing that worries me is like scaling Chuganumas can't feel good here against OOTD. Because if this turns into long feudal into castle, remember the Order of the Dragon have got a tech called Scale Armor, which gives +3 ranged armor. That mitigates almost all of your damage with Chug against the other ranging. So the point here is like if Cat wants to trend down this path, a Castle Age transition stalemate is not his best friend. This is worse nightmare. His front line just looks very healthy here. It's so tricky to start a step trade when these gilded archers have machine gun fire mode themselves. These snipe downs, able to pin him in. Cat, he's starting to macro up a little bit. The Chug numbers continue to swell. Much like my... No, I'm not. I'm not going to make that many jokes today. So we have got a pretty healthy 50-50 comp from DeMu. And you have to remember both these unit types are going to scale well. We already mentioned why the gilded archers, but like Chuganu and Men at Arms is already painful here. Does Cat think he can just find a window here? I think what he's expecting is that he can go Castle Age, upgrade all of the Chug because Veterancy can be researched really fast with supervision. And that'll give him a window to just win a fight big. It's ambitious, especially considering your unit moves at the same speed as DeMu's slowest unit. It's like, technically, DeMu should just be able to run away when that happens. Is one pushback enough to greed to castle from either side? I think if Cat had wanted to go Castle Age, he could have done it earlier because DeMu wasn't big enough to dive double hand cannon slit yet. He had like, what, 4 men at arms? But when he saw DeMu run towards his base, Cat kind of freaked out. He added in quite a lot here. And the concern is like a long feudal doesn't support Cat anyway for multiple reasons. We already highlighted the issue of like, how do you tech? Like, what is the value of the Chug? But it gets worse than that, guys. You have to remember, this is 2TC Order of the Dragon. So the longer the feudal age goes, the bigger his economy is going to be compared to yours. The only upside right now for Cat is, of course, he played Pro Scout. So his food gathering rate is better for the time being. But there are things you can't move. The berry bushes, the ball. And with the way DeMu's eco is scaling, even there's some potential to just start adding in farms now. I like this from Cat. He's finally getting out of the age. Nice striking. Yeah, look at that. DeMu. One of the weak points of Order of the Dragon we highlight a lot in casts is their inability to flex the map wide. You can stretch them thin easily because typically they overwhelm on one location. It's why late game, you don't really see Order of the Dragon looking as good as other civs with mass horsemen. They just don't have the population. So yeah, while Ben does have a scary army directly, what he doesn't have is the flexibility to spread it wide. It's too risky. Cat. That press back, gets the space he needs. Tech up now on the way. DeMu has just moved out onto the deer. He actually had to invest into outposts to keep it safe. You have Chug poking on the south side as well. So age up now complete. The window of op is there. Cat will look for the veterancy 20 seconds out for the Chug. He has also got balanced projectiles being supervised as well. So that's going to be a big ramp up in damage. I'm sure +2, which is actually +6. DeMu, he knows he needs the fight before it comes in. Or at least to create the space to get an age up himself. This is the tricky part against any other civ. It takes a minute for those upgrades. With this one, 24 seconds is all that is required. Chug now up to 7 damage per strike against 4 ranged armor. Finally, a solution exists for the men at arms. DeMu, realizing it, there's the breakaway we were waiting for. We talked about this fact that your army's slow point is the same as Cat's. And oh no, the line formation! Well, luckily he realizes before it gets catastrophic there. But the catastrophe is on the way. We've got mass lancers plus Chug. Cat more than willing to die because even once that age up is complete, DeMu's going to need a minute to get his veterancies in if he can afford them. The base Cat goes. North side. We'll probably see Lancers raiding here soon. There's going to be a monastery for DeMu to try and pick up the gold goodies. More MAA on the way, but DeMu, nice thing for him at least is the Gilded Men at Arms upgrade. That's only 30 seconds compared to the archers. Villagers, however, will never get enough ranged arm to feel safe. And we see the issue now. Only 8 garrison slots with this many workers in the area. It's going to start hemorrhaging. Lancers looking to make matters worse. Has to respect the upgrade. Gilded Men at Arms did just come into castle form. They will do well against the Lancers. Love that. DeMu just pulls back the Gilded Archers slightly to make sure the Chug are not in range. Now we're talking about 5 ranged armor. So it's still going to be 6 damage per Chug on the strike, but difficult to get a kill against a 290 HP unit now. Cat, he's just going to keep spamming lances. No signs of crossbows coming. And the Chug are doing a great job of actually sniping the heavily injured Gilded Men arms here. Yeah, the healthy ones actually got dragged across onto the lances. DeMu starting to hemorrhage more workers as this goes on. And now 7 worker lead for Cat. More Gilded Archers are going to be produced. DeMu understands here that with the scale armor, he doesn't have to fear the Chug, but I think he has to be respectful of the fact the Lancers are coming. We can see that Cat is not actively investing in Zook anymore. But you know who's investing in this channel? Good old John Doe over a raid like that. What is up, my friend? Thank you much for the raid. Hope you had a good day. And welcome one and all to the stream where a freshly neutered man now goes on to cast 4 quarterfinals. It's going to be a busy day. Ooh. Oh, wait. No, those are villagers. Oh. Oh, no. What? He got forced off of the deer? Okay, no. Most of them are fine there. It's just the dive in the base. Guys, look at the economy. This is ridiculous. A 20 eco lead now for Cat. Sugar's still cleaning up against these archers. There's no scale armor yet. And crossbow transition now on the way from Cat. Dude, what a hit. So you must have... Was that 8 villagers DeMu sent over here? That's crazy. Unbelievable. He just was not expecting the board to already be camped like that. If he'd chosen the south side, he would have been somewhat safe, but maybe tricky to sneak in there unnoticed. Ben, 1 foot in the hole as it currently stands. Cat looking to send him to hell with this crossbow transition. Hasn't seen it yet. These are only the Zug. And the veterancy for the archers has not been there all along, folks. Let alone the scale armor. That's going to come in heavily delayed. That's why these archers just haven't really been doing anything against the lancers either. Reduced to 1 damage. The men at arms is pretty much mirrored on the counter fights the lancers. That's not a good sign either. And as soon as he finally is able to start gathering, he once again is going to be forced idle. Yeah, and Ben just doesn't have food income. He's transitioning farms while being dove. This is pretty damning. Remember, Cat, he played Pro Scouts. He also has map control to play for things like the boars. He's a mile ahead in terms of his ability to keep flexing and pushing without needing to switch into farms. What a crazy game 1. I mean, we wondered about this. Cat has a lot of potential, and he proves it here. Finds the villagers trying to run away again. Still no textiles. Although he may not be getting the kills, the point is that these people are not working. Basically, half of his economy is failing to work. Warlord attempt in the center is going to be a big fat L. And now we do see Cat turning his attention onto relics also. And that is going to be the force out on the berries. I mean, there's not really much left of Ben at this stage. Quickly becoming a husk in this game. Needs to think about walls. It's so hard to wall in this type of map. You can get the walls to cut the rotations, but like walling 2 TC in here would take so long. Well, that doesn't take very long. Resubbing. An easy 1 or 2 minute job that's appreciated. Thank you much, Farakai. The military pop count is kind of similar, but I think for DeMu, once Cat gets this many relics home, like that's kind of condemning with this transition. Crossbow plus Lancers, it keeps it pumping. And we do have Lancers arriving north side, so the relic is not going to be safe, the villagers are not going to be safe. And DeMu going -7 here, I mean, that has to be game, surely. Just great timing by Cat. And the funny thing is he still has quite a lot of runway because of the double ball. Like, the deer aren't even exhausted either. Yeah, he can keep this going without needing a farm transition for probably like another 5 minutes. I just don't know if DeMu has 5 minutes. I mean, if he can actually survive this transition, let's say he gets up to 30 farms. He's very far behind, but with 2 DC, there's a recovery arc. But I think that would require Cat to just do nothing. Which seems very unlikely considering his dominant position. Why get textiles now? Because much cheaper to house, feed, and importantly clothe your people when there's less of them, right? I think that's the logic. We didn't give them textiles because we wanted them to die in the winter. We didn't have enough houses. Yeah, good guy, Cat. Just making sure that DeMu doesn't have to worry about housing for a while. And every time it looks like the population is just going to get out of control, good guy, Cat is there to fix it. MAA. Feeling rather squishy. And Lance is onto the farms. He's even going to block off the retreat to seek shelter. So more villagers getting cut down. The only thing that's really missing is the siege that would just guarantee the end of the game. But I mean, with this many lances plus the crossbow backline, it does feel pretty game-ending. Interesting opening the series. Now, Cat, he did have to punt out one of the most potent picks he could have got in China here. Well, DeMu picked a middle to low side of the pack with Order of the Dragon. So definitely a far from over series, especially considering we've got a best of 5 ahead of us. Damn. Cat, what a Chad. We would have seen that coming. Already leading. So Chinese pick up against Order of the Dragon. We'll update that. And let's see where the boys are taking us for G2. Oh, they not started yet? No, okay. Oh, that's a long break between G1 and 2. Or were they waiting for us to... Oh, maybe they're waiting for us to catch up. Thank you, if so. That's very kind of them. Alright, so G2... where does DeMu likely take us? Mongols versus Jean. Is this... This could be 4 legs? I think it's 4 legs. Jean's a definitely interesting one there. We've been seeing quite a lot of French. I haven't really seen as much Jean. But then again, like I haven't really been experienced 4 legs that much because we don't cast many ladder games these days. And it hasn't really been used in competitive for a while. Like, I'll be honest, like I don't think I would have put 4 legs in our rotation if it wasn't being used in other tournaments at the moment. Like, I think I made my take clear on 4 legs the other day. It's like 4 legs is currently been figured out in a way that I don't feel like as much interesting happens early on as used to. Maybe I just haven't seen the games, but whenever I have glimpsed it, it's just kind of like you don't really get the sneak-ins you used to anymore. You know what I mean? Like, people are very good at securing their pawns and being aware of, I guess, what now feels a little bit like a cheesy dock sneak. What bonus do Mongols get on water? They just have a very good focus on early outpost rushes to deny you. The whole idea is the spearman opening is very efficient to kill your enemy's docks. And then on top of that, you get paid in doing so, not just in how good you are at scaling. So for Mongols, it's usually about like their very early game presence. The other thing with Mongols is whenever you're playing water-type maps, Magadai are more effective because your opponent is worse at defending themselves on land because they're focused on scaling economy away from base. And yeah, we were right. It's going to be 4 legs. All right, let's get ready with predictions and we'll hop into game. Why pick Mongols on water maps? That's what we're here to find out. Now, don't click off the video. It's not one of those water maps you hate to see. It's 4 legs, the tolerable one, the one about economy. But even here, we're going to see why that economy can be something for the Mongols to exploit. Cat trusts them in game number 2 after taking the early lead. DeMu, on the other hand, goes for Jean. Now, Jean is an interesting one, folks. Jean actually kind of hates playing against Mongols because if you ever get outnumbered, the Keshiks can kill her off. But water's a different beast. We've actually seen French picked multiple times here on 4 legs. This is the first time we're seeing Jean utilized. In theory, very similar, but a little bit different in terms of how they scale economy. I'm curious to see how Cal wants to try and approach this, because normally the thought is that Mongols are very good on water maps because of the exposed docks. Normally what Mongol players look to do is aggro. But we're not getting that here, folks. No. We can see that Cat actually immediately goes for his own dock. He doesn't even Uvu. So this is full greed out the kitty cat. Now we are 1 minute out from live. We use the 2x for the initial scout rotation. A sheep shouldn't be that relevant here. It's a good start for cat. It's finding actually a lot of the sheep on the map. But ideally, you just rely mainly on fishing. If you ever find yourself in a situation where you only have sheep to fall back on, the game is in a grim state. I love this. So this is actually something that the Khan is much better than a scout at doing. Sniping workers. Really important because even though you won't get the kill, you shouldn't get the kill. It's the act of forcing your opponent to run a villager back. We're at 2x. I'm going to go down to 1x. And I'm going to do it even further. I'm going to do it on half speed. Look how long it takes this worker to get home. This is ridiculous. And that, folks, is why you always hate facing against Mongols. So it does find his way home. Sends out another worker. I actually like that he goes for a second side move. And do we not have Gamba? As my one mod disappeared, I'm going to have to get some more of those. There you go. Luckily, it's a water game, so you can kind of afford to give people 2 minutes on this. Like, the pacings are very different with water games, I find. So, I wonder what Cat's win condition is. We've been seeing a lot of Mongol players just take the fast imp play, but that can leave you vulnerable to Jean in particular. The problem with the fast imp play is you need to make sure you're secure until you've got spear placements up. That's when Jean struggles to dive. But before that, she's pretty content with just kind of weaving in and out of the TC, especially with knights. So Cat should be Deerstone. I'd be quite shocked if we see Silvertree. Like, I mean, you could in theory with the marketplaces. I just kind of feel like Silvertree is mostly dead. We just don't really ever see it anymore. There's a rare few cases. I think certain maps can allow for it still, such as Phrygian Marshes. But the majority of maps, especially those that you guys will be seeing on the ladder for your own experiences, it's a no-no. I realized, because we done like the slowdown, we didn't actually get back to live with the 2x. I'm intrigued to see how Cat opens this, by the way. Because we talked about Magadai being pretty good because of your ability to freely raid on land. I don't think you really want to be doing Keshiks when you know your opponent will have knights. Now for DeMu, I wouldn't be surprised to see range Jean just because of the threat of Keshiks or Magadai. Being melee Jean feels pretty worthless against both of those. Like, you might be encouraged towards melee Jean if there had been a Spearman Rush. JD Vils move 50% slower? Finally! She's not OP. Alright, chill, guys. JD is pretty reasonably balanced, actually. In some ways, I feel bad for her. I want to see that Civ have more uniqueness, which is why I'm still so excited for whatever's coming later this year, where we might get finally a rework in place for Jean. You know, actually give her some unique things. Like, I would genuinely like to see... I don't know if it's, like, bounceable, really, actually, is a problem. The idea of just having, for example, Jean's riders be an applicable unit in Age 2. Like, one of the big things for me that I really wanted to see with Jean, I thought they were just not going to give her knights. When they released her, I really was expecting her not to have knights in Age 2, but instead have a unique horseman or something like that. I could even see it being cool if what they've done with JD is made her more infantry-focused compared to standard French. So instead of having French knights in Age 2, maybe you have a special... Maybe you have your champions in Age 2? I don't know if that would be reasonably balanced. You'd have to get them pretty low range down there. But there's cool things they could definitely do. Cat. Gonna do the calm, cool, and collective thing we see all the time. It is going to be Magadai opening. DeMu did already prep a horseman. I like this detail. More efficient for kind of trying to run down your enemy. Also super effective against the Khan. Remember, this is a ranged unit tag. So you can actually use one horseman to get the kill. And oh, yes, the timing from Cat there. We just talked about how you rarely ever get these type of dock sneaks, and Cat gets it in beautifully. Love the opening, makes sense for Mongols. He's been stockpiling the Uvu stone, sticks it straight away into naval arroslets, so that'll give him a layer of protection. And DeMu now has to focus on fighting for the second pond. Now, the important detail there is second pond. DeMu's eco isn't dead because of this. He's safe over here. And remember, Cat is playing one pond right now. Most important thing is getting rid of XP mechanic has nothing to do in this game. I don't really agree with that. I see XP as a resource. I think XP is a resource. It's just a different type. Like, by that logic, you should hate olive oil's existence. Olive oil is a resource too. Right? It's just more obviously a resource. You know, there's a lot of things in the game that are resources that people don't really attribute as resources. So the thing with Jean is, like, she has some eco upsides, but nothing crazy compared to most civs in the game, especially early on. Her resource is XP and the generation of it, what it gets, right? The reason that's important is it makes you think differently about the way you attribute your units, because HP is a resource too. I would say Jean is no more busted or ridiculous than feudal healing forms. Or naval arrow sleds that just get freebies like that. Yeah, melee Jean from DeMu. I mean, we talked about this against the Magadai or the Keshi, because it's going to feel a little bit bad because you can't reach your target. But I guess there's some dive potential on land that can cause some anarchy. XP isn't a resource. I mean, we can agree to disagree. It's definitely a resource. You generate it by doing actions. Now, it's a unique resource that other civs don't have, sure, but like we already have those in the game as well. Here's another one for you. Vizier points are a resource. No one else has them. Like I'm pretty sure if you Google the definition of resource, it even fits the perfect technical definition. Cat. Okay, so we got over 6 Magadai. This is pretty heavy-handed. But sick as well, because look at the amount of workers on that tree line. The funny thing as well, DeMu's leaning into knights instead of horsemen. Maybe he's a little bit paranoid that Cat could play Keshiks. Boat play, Cat actually hasn't doubled down on attacking. So we've got a bit of a stalemate on the south side. I think the goal here, Cat, with this 4 Deerstone, he's playing full aggro. He's going for the attack up. And I'm starting to wonder if this is going to be the semi-fast imp that we see so often. Time and APM is also a resource? Exactly. Yeah, I don't know. So my take on, like, often when I hear people complain about Jean, and I don't think it's their intent, but it can often come across a bit like snooty, like this doesn't belong in my RTS. Why not? If it can be balanced to be reasonable, and it's a different playstyle, but you don't like it, that doesn't matter. Like, there are people who don't like Delhi. Like, oh well, Delhi, bad example. But the point is, like, having uniquely designed civs is not a bad thing. If it compels a different group of gamers to come play the game, you can still play the game the way you want to. You know? Like, sure, you have to be just careful about the way you trade into Jean, but in a weird way, that whole concept of, oh no, level 3 is approaching, it's a double reward for winning a fight, yes. But, like, because you don't have any eco upsides, it makes sense. But the concept of, like, I need to be careful about losing this fight is no different from the concept of most civs. Like, ooh, I don't want to lose this fight because it'll put me behind. It's just a different scale point the way Jean functions. Great trade here by DeMu, by the way. So he's just dealing with the dock gradually. Demo ship is going to be coming out. Benny Boy a little bit slow on the reaction. He gets the double kill. Beautifully done, Cat. Maximizes the value. We have got a switch on the tree line. DeMu shifted to the south side of his base, and we are now going to be seeing a switch into Archer Horseman, which feels a lot better. Good timing as well, considering Cat is adding in spears. A great strike there. And the problem is, like, yes, he's not pressuring onto the fishing, but what Cat does with this is he now makes DeMu freak out about it. So DeMu then has to waste even more resources on springle ships just to keep this neutral territory. Discourage you from fighting, in my opinion, has nothing to do with the game. I don't know if it really discourages you from fighting. It just makes you actually focus fire a unit. And there's other examples of that. Like, when you get into a fight with Ottomans, you want to prior kill the meta, right? In some ways, I see Jean, like, within the configurations, especially in Feudal, she kind of functions a bit like a unit type on her own that you have to counter a certain way. You know? It's like, in some ways, you know when people say they don't want to build spears against knights because they don't like spears? It's like, well, yeah, but that's the best way to do it. Whereas with Jean, quite often the answer is build range units. And I think because, especially like at low rankings, people don't enjoy getting hit by knights. I mean, who enjoys getting hit by it? But the way they have to address it, it creates maybe this polarizing dynamic for especially like non-conk players where they've got these knights, they're really hard to address, and oh my god, now I want to go like archers to deal with Jean, but I don't want to build archers against knights. You know what I mean? Where it's like, it's like an early game version, especially if you're not like high rank, of Ottoman late game, where it's like, oh my god, he's got Sipahi, and he's got Janissary, and he's got Siege. What do I do? Cat. What he's going to do is have to defend. DeMu comes in for a counter raid. Finally able to get some kills on the board in terms of workers. The Deerstone is going to pack over here to give the mobility to run away. He's going to be hemorrhaging, and for good reason. He's being a greedy mother ducker. The Karganet Palace gets intercepted at the perfect point, but there's a problem here, folks. Look at DeMu's age. He's still age 2. While Cat is going age 4. This Civ, man. I just can't. I can't even. Mongols is just fully wacky. Unbelievable. I mean, it just proves what the little bit of chip damage from these Magadais achieved. DeMu spent so much of this game staying in his base. The one time he comes out, when his read is right, it just feels so irrelevant because your opponent already has Spring on placements. I think this is the thing that actually makes this Mongol build pretty toxic, right? Is like, I'm not going to say it's free, but it feels exponentially simpler once you start getting Springles. Like, adding in 1 Springle doesn't make it twice as easy. It makes it 5 times as easy. Adding in 2 makes it 10 times, 12 times as easy. JD does discourage fighting, but to be fair, lots of things in the game do. Exactly. And that's why I'm like I don't think it's problematic. Like, if anything, I actually kind of like the idea of having, maybe not more with Jean specifically, but like this idea of things that are rewarded aggressively. Like, that's, I think, why I'm also very defensive of Jean's existence. I talked about it being a different playstyle, a different type of player. Like, AoE4 has historically leaned itself towards defensive play. So having more civs that are aggressively aligned isn't a bad thing. Like, the funny thing is, like, early on, sure, I get the oppressive annoyance with Jean, but especially in the mid-game, I think we just see her kind of irrelevant. Even more so when you look at team games. Like, in team games, people just, they leave Jean at home. She's just the cheerleader quite often. I like this has turned into like a wider balance discussion though. I think it worked out quite nicely with the pacing. Like, yes, we had a little bit of chip raid and we do have the imp up now. And this is where things are going to ramp up. Like, once you saw Cat, the way he was macroing, especially towards the castle, it felt inevitable we were going to end up with this. Now, Benny Boy, he made the right choice. Being this far technologically behind, Guildhall would have killed him. Royal Institute is, I think, quite mandatory here. Otherwise, your knights would end up just losing to elite Keshiks. So a good way of fighting back. The extra health also going to be very handy against the Magadai spam that's clearly going to be just organically happening. A monk that can convert one ranged unit, that already exists. It's just you never see it. So the Bastards actually has a unique tech called proselytization, which belongs to the culture wing. You unlock it in Imperial Age. It's just a fundamentally flawed tech though, because when you are in Imperial Age, you're probably at 200 pop. So it's a redundant tech, because you'd wall someone to kill them, when you'd want to wall someone to get. I have still to this day never cast a competitive Age of Empires 4 game where proselytization was used. I haven't even cast a ladder game where proselytization was used. Yeah, I think a lot of people had no idea. It used to have a different name. I can't remember what they called it. But then they just changed it to proselytization because big fancy words history. Big fancy monks. This is pretty important for what's coming up here. The Keshiks with the +1/+2. It's a substantial increase in the trade out against these Royal Bloodline Knights. The trade out is already a bit of a blowout when you consider DeMu's outnumbered on heavy cav. Clash is going to be on the way. Elite Tech just hit. Love the delay from Cat. And now he looks to strike. 100 less HP, but a lot more DPS. Let's see how it works out. Goes in for that Clash. Even has the Elite Knights in there, absorbing a lot of the blows. Divine Restoration Pump comes through to try and stay alive. Jean has lost her front line, though. The XP is crewing, but it's not going to crew quick enough. The Tug of Fire comes in. Jean is removed. The Villager line is going to be removed. And DeMu is forcibly removed from game number 2. Cat is 1 away from a clean sweep against one of the most consistent semi-finalists. Oh, yeah, you're right. It was called Faith, wasn't it? Yeah, a very basic name. Like, you know, see, Faith just doesn't sound fancy enough. I talked about this before. Like, there is this thing around Age of Empires 4 where there's this obsession with making things very fancy. You know what I mean? Like, Four Lakes, when the original version in AoE2 was called, I think, Cross, right? And we've kind of done this with some of our maps where we've went very basic on some of the names intentionally. But, like, we're guilty of it as well. So, like, one of the maps that we sent over to Caillou to make was Sacred Grove. Sacred Grove is a very fancy name. We could have just called it, like, Free Lanes or something. I think, like, isn't there one called Water Lanes, though? Like, that Water Lanes is surprisingly to the point, now that I think about it, for a map in the game. Which I like. I don't think every map has to give, like, a fanciful over-the-top name. Okay, so let's mark it up on the board. It's 2 games now in a row for Cat. DeMu could have a very quick end to his midweek mustard lane here. War lanes is fun. I've only played it once against Cal, where he just, like, basically picked OP Shushi when I was trying, like, Lancaster with some weird strats. What a sweat lord. Okay, next up, we've actually got Shushi versus Japan. So this is Kawasan, right? What did Japan do here against Shushi? If you both rush Age up, I mean, your ninja timing isn't going to stop the Medigarden. You can at least stop the villagers in the center, maybe. Interesting. I think it would be better for DeMu if this was actually Canal. Would Cat really pick Shushi for Canal, though? That sounds a bit weird. I imagine for, like, Canal, Cat's maybe thinking Ayu? Yo, what's up, Yaki? Call it bottle of water? You want some bottle of water? I mean, like, we've got... So this is interesting because we have... what's it called? I've forgotten the name, Caillou. The one that the pros hate, but people love to watch. The one where you start on the island and come up to the outskirts. I've forgotten its name. The funny thing is that map... Did you guys know this? I was told about this. In Age of Empires 2, that map is called Hamburg. Just the most basic, like, imaginable thing, right? Like, oh, yeah, because... it's called Hamburger because it looks like a hamburger on the minimap. That's literally the reason. So Moving Out. Yeah, Moving Out was the name. So Moving Out, most of us are familiar with Moving Out. It's just like, yeah, makes sense. You got to move out. But because of the little, like, tree line, like in AoE2, this was called Hamburg. I just love it. I just love the comical, simple nature of it. It's like, yeah, I mean, we could be fancy about it. All right. Let's see if it's going to be a clean sweep. Let's get the predictions rolling. Oof. And we need to Control-Shift-T. And then flip. Well, I don't think anyone had this predicted at the start of the series. Cat is on the verge of cleanly eliminating DeMu. 1-0, you heard me correctly. We head into Kawasan, game number 3, where Cat has got one of the 2 most desirable civs for this map in the Shushi. DeMu, if you took him back a year ago, I'd say the same of Japan on Kawasan, but these days, it's a little more rare. That's right, this map has been invaded by Shushi picks and Knights Templar picks in particular. DeMu is looking to leverage that oh-so-new Dark Age Rax Rush build from Japan. Now, this is curious. It's a good counterplay to what Shushi does well here. Shushi are dominant because of their ability to Meditation Guard in the center. With this detail in mind from DeMu, that's not going to be an option now, which is painful for Cat. because he'll be missing out on an easy peasy 150 resource Medigarden. I wonder if he knows. Okay, he's definitely just stockpiling. He will be able to scout before he'd move out for the center, so that's pretty important. And I imagine he just takes a quick play into feudal. The interesting thing, though, is like this is a bit of a bait and switch from Ben. Look at what he done. He stopped at 1. So this isn't mass production. It's just a threat. And I like that. He's basically hedging his bets. Going 2, 3, 4 spears is redundant here until you see a reason. Going 1 guarantees your opponent cannot get 150 resources per minute at 4 minutes into the game. Yeah, we're just talking about like map names. I don't know what like I've never looked up what the word Kawasan actually means. I'm now curious. It was like Kawasan Falls, but that doesn't fit. So I'm really not sure why this map got called Kawasan. Like, is there something I'm missing? Because I legit just Googled Kawasan and it just brings up a location, which doesn't look like this map. Oh, I guess in a way it does. It's like a squarish, like, pond. So maybe I see the logic, I think. But why didn't we just call it 2 ponds? 4 lakes and 2 ponds. Boom, there you go. Okay, so Medigarden is going to be a safe one. And I guess you're going to have to juke here. Good news is he'll know where DeMu set up his dock. He should be able to easily scout that. Got a lot of sheep as backup plan here, but really your prerogative is to try and get on the water. 2 Chuganu will give him access. One concern is if you do Chug here, your opponent can just actually follow up into Horseman, and he's going to have the economy to do so. One thing that is nice about going Zug, by the way, your opponent can't really justify Coker after going Spears, or at least it won't feel good into repeat crossbow. And it's interesting, actually, because I've seen DeMu on these water maps quite often go towards Kura's Storehouse, even though, like, historically, Coker has made a lot of sense. All right, let's see how you guys predicted. Pretty much 50-50. 55% for Cat, so slight favorability. And understandable the way he's been playing this series. It's kind of comical, because if you guys remember, with game number 1, it was a 90% prediction on DeMu winning. How the tides have turned as time has progressed here. DeMu. Is he going to be overly greedy? No, I think he's just going to stop at the 3. He understands what's coming. Because remember, he's still age 1. So while he's got better economy, he's made himself weak in a different way. And love this from Cat. He punts for it. The Chug is nearby. I mean, he could have technically like gambled with 2 villagers, no Chug required. So it's definitely expensive for Cat. But you could always try and like poke your opponent on land with the Zug. Because this tree line isn't exactly safe. I do like the way that DeMu has made it safer, though. Very intentional burrowing into the tree line to minimize exposure. I say as he literally then starts chopping this tree. Come on. What are you doing to me? There you go, folks. It is going to be the Kura build. Second dock coming. It's interesting how the Kawasan meta has like evolved over the years. I think people have been very clean and quick about these second dock timings. And usually whoever gets that second dog, it's almost like you get a default forfeit out your opponent and they go to the other opponent. We'll see how Cat wants to react. He doesn't actually know about that dock yet. Chug, he's going to find the villager though. Okay, so key info found. And without wheelbarrow, Zug could technically get a kill here. Yeah, especially with the scout giving vision. I think maybe DeMu just about got the space to survive this though. Yeah, with body blocks, Cat could definitely net it, but I don't know. I haven't really seen Cat use body blocking much before, so and probably makes it in. The question now is who wants to play feudal and who wants to go castle? Because seeing the Zug, if you want to play the Age, you're going to have to lean Horseman. I don't know if you want to do that versus just taking the tech up, but you're probably going to be forced to because of the loss of the dock. Yeah, we're just not seeing any reaction. We didn't quite have the resources ready yet. And this is tricky. Like, you see the advantage of getting feudal here. It's become more popular to skip on the greed and just take the tech for this reason. It's a triple bow advantage. He has all types. He's got a second spring coming. Now, DeMu, in theory, with double docks could do something about this. Problem is, one of those docks is just going to get hit. Anything that comes out of here will immediately be removed. I think instead, maybe Ben's going to try to sneak the north pond, which is why we're seeing Cat move out there now. Is DeMu hard stuck? He's making a move now into Yuumi. So he's focusing on the land issue. I wonder if this is about getting access to the northern pond, because your opponent's already got the boats, so like Yuumi aren't going to play well against this. And in fairness to Ben, although he's not getting food right now, neither's Cat. Cat is just going full aggro. He's not been spamming fishing boats. The bad news for him is Cat is already moving for the northern dog. Okay. Alright, this is pretty damning if the archer ship comes out. DeMu. Well, because there's still Zug around and he doesn't have enough Yuumi yet, he actually hasn't moved a worker out into the center. First goes down. Looks like we had a demo. Oh, sorry, that's a fishing boat's trying to make their run for it, wasn't it? Can't really spend a lot on water. It secured it, though. Like, there was no arguing anymore. DeMu felt content. Like, okay, this was worth it. He's way too deep. The thing is, I'm not sure if DeMu was expecting the timing onto the second pond. Now, if Cat just gets one archer ship out and patrols the south side, it's going to be very difficult to sneak in. And he's taking insurance policies. That's a very heavy commitment onto Wood Walls there. Okay, so what does DeMu have left for him? I mean, in theory, castle? The way he's gathering stone, though, I don't think this is 2TC. I think what DeMu's looking for is the archers to secure a foothold, and then dock drops into arrow sleds. Tricky part is that archer ship. Cat is waiting to unleash it. He just needs to fix the population issue. Second dock's been taken out, and Cat, already realizing that he's secured the pond, has started fishing. Okay, this might make it obvious. Yeah, the walk up here, but there's no villager yet. And Cat, he has just released the archer ship. Is there a world in which DeMu just attacks him on land? It's starting to feel like that's maybe the only option, is to try and raid the land eco. But we've got a problem, folks. Yuumi are fast, they can escape Juke, they cannot dive into Juke. And Cat, already aware of what's coming, has started to prep them at home. And not just that, double outpost? God damn, he was ready. I think we're going to have to rename Cat to Oracat. As in, like, Oracle. This man sees everything. It just feels like he's a step ahead. You mean don't trade well with Zug? No. Like, Zhug will overkill you, sure, but just think about it. You're a low DPS archer against a light armor shredder. If you don't have armor, Zhug and you just walk all over you is usually the problem. And you'd think that extra tower range, that 0.5 tower range would be good, but remember, the problem usually is the time it takes you to wind up an attack is enough often for the repeated crossbows to gap close you. It's very, very difficult to keep the range you're imagining. And it looks like DeMu is now starting to think about castle. Tricky part is he also just prepped rams. He's got the siege engineering. Actually, he's going to start backing up quite a bit here. Oh, whoa. Yeah, big error in this dive out. He wasn't expecting double smiths. Remember, Japan, one of the best civs at just getting easy access to blacksmith play because the forges are the mining camps. So DeMu gets the whole kit and caboodle, range, damage, and health, or rather armor. And then he also gets his hand on the siege engineering. Now, Cat can catch up quickly, courtesy of supervision. He's not doing it, though. Which is quite surprising. This is going to be a little bit of a nuisance. Cat's definitely going to have to make a move to defend soon. These docks go down, he won't have any fishing eco on the summer pond. Wait, actually, DeMu sends it into the base. What? So he takes the hard route. I mean, this is surprising. Zhuge are, like, not terrible at dealing with rams, surprisingly enough. It's triple the damage of a standard archer. I've seen it so many times where Zhuge just do this. Instead, though, he brute forces away, creates the space for the villagers to go in and get the kill. And all of a sudden, what looked like a winning fight earlier for DeMu no longer does. The steeled arrow on its lonesome changes so much here. So you might be wondering, why does Cat not just give chase? It's much easier to just stay in your base because your opponent will kite you a little. The other thing is he's feeling the lead. And I think DeMu's probably starting to feel the pressure a little here. It's going to be double ram this time. The rough part for him is Cat is already prepping Horseman, which A deals the Yuumi, but is also a solid solution to Rams. Yeah, in a very weird way, I feel like Shushi is one of the best civs at dealing with Rams in Feudal. They're quite quirky for Horsemen. Dali Horses doesn't come out too often, but the Chug themselves, like we talked about a moment ago, they're the best range unit in Feudal at getting rid of Rams. Double ram, and once more into the breach. Undermesh is also there now. On the spears, they just get melted. Villager Pool's a little bit ambitious on the timing. So DeMu might be able to find a worker kill or two, but the fortifications come in. And we still don't have an attempted sneak out. DeMu is solely going all in. I mean, a valiant effort, but starting to feel like a foregone conclusion here. Remember, the numbers have been deceptive on the land fight. Like, Cat has not been militarily ahead. He's about to eclipse his opponent, though. Yeah, those extra queued up units who have the military lead. And, well, Yuumi isn't about quality, right? It's about quantity. But if you're outmassed, you know you're in dire straits. Maybe DeMu could try to hit the north side and maybe hit the tree line while diving in the rams. I just don't think it works that way. The ram could at least give vision on the workers, but the read to go textiles by Cat was sick. Just smart read. Nice, so much equity to DeMu. Once again, the rams. Like, how many is this now? Is that 4? 5, right? He done solo ram, double ram, double ram. Horseman now able to march out. The Archer's the start step means the Chuganu will catch up and disintegrate that poor little weak back line. Even the buff Yuumi not capable of keeping up this, so I think DeMu maybe just goes for the motions. I mean, he's not the type of player to just call GG too quickly. So if there's a small percentage chance in his mind, he'll keep playing it, but this does now feel like a foregone conclusion. It's 10 more horsemen queued up. If DeMu at least was stockpiling, I could like see a world in which he tries to play it out in the castle. But you see what Ben's win condition was, and some people are like, why didn't he try to play the tech up? I actually prefer that he done this. If he just tried to play half aggro, half tech up, he would have just got wiped straight away, and then Cat could have just followed into castle quicker. He at least tried to play to a timing here after an unfortuitous start. I don't know, man. I think on this map, if you get Shushi or Knights Templar, at least what we're seeing right now in tournament play, you're miles ahead of the others. And DeMu, the idea wasn't bad to go these spears. He built only one to stop that ridiculous meditation garden, and it still, in the end, didn't really favor him. Maybe it's the fishing. I feel like we don't often see the person who fishes in Dark Age do well versus the fast feudals. Fast feudal just feels so damn strong. Just get the boats out. Like, instead of playing greed, play secure. Nothing secure for DeMu here. Dive comes in with the horseman. Tech up coming from behind the Mountain Academy. And I wouldn't blame Ben if he just waves the white flag upon hearing it. Feels like DeMu prefers macro games. I think he'll tip his hat and admit that. DeMu does like his feudal aggro sometimes, though, right? This is the guy who I think holds the record for most lombos in Feudal Age. I think he had a game where he had like 120, 130. So he can do it. I think for DeMu, he likes the idea, not so much about macro as part of it, but I think DeMu is a player who's most comfortable when the game is massing. And it's weird because I think DeMu has pretty decent micro, pretty good micro. It's like, usually players that feel dominant in micro actually like when the fights are smaller so they can kind of flex on their opponent, I think. But maybe it's the roots as a Terran fiend with the mass marines. I mean, anyone who's played StarCraft 2 and played Marines, it feels so good when you just get a bulk load of Marines going. That giant blob. It's also the danger. You're like, oh, I might get hit by Banelings. But obviously, the equivalent of Banelings, Mangonels here, don't come in until age 3. So, full veterancy there. The valiant last stand of Ben, it feels like. He needs this food to even think about going for castles, the issue. He's adding in Samurai, so I think the idea for DeMu to try and skirt a chance here is bulk Samurai up to like 15-20, and then get to castle. That's a hell of an ask, though. He does at least have the Curse Storehouse to make it somewhat feasible. And also, Cat, did he overexhaust? He's up to 28 fishing boats, but that's split between 2 ponds. Most of them are on one, though. He's got 20 fishing boats on the west side, so he overexhausted the deep water, which is why his food income has plummeted. Yeah, I feel for DeMu in this type of position. You feel like you want to send a small group of Yuumi to raid the enemy's villages, but you know he's got those outposts, and on top of that, with the enemy veterans he's in, you feel like you need everyone to defend. Especially with how plastic Yumi's damage can be. Curious that Cat didn't try PG here. I guess the concern is if your opponent does find his way towards castle, then the Adachi tech destroys you on the Samurai. So Knights kind of just felt safer for him. We do not have Dali horses, by the way. Preliminary is being prepped. Dali horses would make a lot of sense here with 20 cavalry units. He might just think it's not as worth because of the fact it's Yuumi. So your opponent actually has like a fast-moving unit to disengage with. DeMu is spotted in the early stages of the Spearman switch. Now, one interesting thing is he actually went triple Yuumi. There's no melee bannerman yet. So we're not actually seeing these 17 units getting buffed. I imagine that's going to change. I wonder if it's even like worth deleting one of the bannermen just to fix that now. It feels so expensive though. Just casually deleting a unit that costs 130 resources. I mean, Cat is just chill pilling this. So he's going to let DeMu age up. What has he gotten for this though? I guess he got time to fix the north side. He's up to 10 fishing boats there now. He's moved down to the deer. I'm surprised Cat hasn't been able to crack him. I think for Cat, his expectation is that like this just isn't realistic that DeMu can afford to stay in the game. So the only way he can is if Cat is overly aggressive, right? If he shows those claws a little bit too early and throws away. Looks like Cat, suspicious that there's not an army standing here, is going to begin to dive. Workers will seek shelter towards the TC, but that's a lot of people on the gold. Instead, he dives towards the floating gate. And the villagers that seek shelter! DeMu, no! He runs head first into the cav line, gets age 3, and then goes down 20 workers! And this, folks, no doubt about it, is now over. It has to be. I mean, he's trying to stop part time to get veterancy on Yuumi. But the gap closer's already there. And when the Yuumi count is this big, there's no real kiting to be done. He's prioritized the Yuumi upgrade. That means the Spearmen just get discarded. Same with the Samurai. Buys him a tiny bit of solace here. But there is no room for comfort left in this game. There's more Lancers coming to hit the farmers. The entire Yuumi force has been routed out of the base. And now he gets to feast on what little remains. Feast he will. Chug on the gold. Lancers to rally over. And that, folks, that's going to be Cat through to semifinals. Crazy series. And I don't think anyone anticipated a result like this. A 3-0 annihilation for 3D Clan's Cat. Holy crap. That was a crazy series. Yeah, I mean, well played to Cat, man. Exceeded expectations. I said I thought like he'd take a game, like maybe 2. But I would have like leaned DeMu, especially for the draft, right? Like having H3 in there must have felt so good. Then again, like Cat got Roos. I mean, Roos in the Chinese, like the Ottomans is definitely an interesting priority. I think he'd done that for Canal was the idea. But oh damn. What a display. Okay, so folks, we have got more series to come though. We should have B versus Valdemar up next. So let me just go get their draft now. I'll also update this so you guys can see the outcome here. That it is Kitty Cat through with a 3-0 win. Bloody impressive as well. Have Valdemar and B been waiting for us to finish this one? Well, shout out to the lads if they have been, actually. So they were scheduled to begin 25 minutes ago, but I don't think they've began yet. Let me have a double check and see if I... Did I miscount? Yeah, B Valdemar was scheduled for 24 minutes ago, so I guess they were waiting for us. What wonderful fellas. Nice. That works out nicely then. Okay, so I'll update the score. 3-0 for Cat. Let me post that in. I might fill in the other results of like the round 16 because I don't think we'll have time. Yeah, I'll just put them in. Screw it. Here's the results. So today we have got Wham, Myriad, B Valdemar, and Anatan Numidan still coming. So very stacked day. Very fun one. Freaking excited for it. How's the balls going? They're hanging in there. Get it? Yes, my laser testicles are doing well, I think. The crown jewels are keeping going. All this ball talk. Okay, so let me see. Have they just posted? They might have just posted. They have indeed. Nice. So map draft for B versus Valdemar. Let me get it up. I'm going to resist the temptation there. You guys probably won't. God, I've got a weird little cough at the moment. It's really annoying me. And there's our Civ draft into Alopecia Game 1, which is going to be House of Lancaster from B. Hell yeah. Yeah, I was getting bored of everyone just picking China or whatever. I mean, like, well, yeah, someone's got to do it. Valdemar will do it here. I like the House of Lancaster pick. I like the people experimenting a bit more with alopecia. I wouldn't recommend experiment with it in real life, but you know. And I'll also update the title. Whew. Wish the sword sounds had a bit more impact. I mean, I've said this in general, like with the visuals and the audio, I think that's the next thing that I'm hoping we get a full spruced update on with AoE 4 is I just want to see them like pushed over the top. That was something that was so mind-blowing to me when I'd done Red Bull Warlord and I was sitting there watching some of the AoE 2 games. The animations are like over the top, but then also what Red Bull Warlord likes to do is they intentionally amplify the bass. So you really hear the sound effects. And I think it's such a smart, immersive element. Oh my god, this cough is weird. Yeah, we'll definitely bare minimum be doing 3 quarterfinals today. We'll see how it go. I don't want to make like false promises just because I'm like a little bit paranoid about how I'm going to feel. I don't like how long does like local anesthetic last, by the way, usually? I'm trying to weigh up when I should be in a, oh no, this doesn't feel good mood. And I'm not sure yet. When should I be paranoid? AoE4 battles look spectacular no doubt, but the weapons clashing impact is muted. Well, I think AoE4 battles like struggle with their spectacle nature because of like the distance from the action, is what I've highlighted before. It's why we have a bit of zoom in. But also, I think in general, animations could go through a rework of being more extravagant in general. And they did it with some of them. Like, Horsemen are actually notably more clear with the thrust now. And that was intentional. Like, I remember talking with Winston about this when we were in Spain. And he felt the same. Like, big shout out to them, like, securing some of those things in. I think even, like, Hobolars are quite interesting. For a guy that has a little dagger, a short sword, it does look pretty impactful. That cough sounds bad. My uncle had the same thing after his vasectomy, and his balls fell off after 2 days. Well, similar to your uncle, I won't make the mistake of having your aunt fondle them straight away. Got him. Got him. Oh, dear. Hey, like, show me some respect. It wasn't a mum joke for once. It was an aunt joke instead. One sec, checking something. All right, yeah, we're good. All right, so can I run ads? Of course, Twitch ran the ads at that exact moment. Wait, I have the power to manually run ads on YouTube as well, I think. The power. What you guys been thinking about the new thumbnails, by the way? They go pretty hard. Have you guys seen them? Yeah, if you didn't know, we have a YouTube channel. Definitely should be subscribed to that. But we've got some new ones been cooking up. Look at these. Look at this. Dude, they're so vibrant. I love them. This one was sick. The 0 mana blitz. I love that. I wonder why this one like didn't perform that well, and this one as well. This one, I think, has the unfortunate nature of being posted just before we go live. I'll probably talk to our editor dude about whether we should be posting 2 a day. Because he's doing 2, and we stopped doing 2 because of the fatigue. I'd rather him not feel the need to like post 2 and just sample the best quality games he gets sent. And then, because the logic there is like, you might think it's good to post more, but the way it works with like YouTube is sometimes less is better. Because if, for example, all the videos start performing like this at 1.6K, it will get, the next video gets pushed to even more people. Whereas, like, if you get this effect where it goes down, then YouTube's going to reset itself to a point like, oh, I shouldn't push this to as many people. It's a very weird dynamic sometimes. That's why you get people like Mr. Beast so obsessive over, like, the first minute of their video being perfect and whatnot. Or, like, you guys remember when Ludwig got to post one of Mr. Beast's rejected videos where he spent, like, I think 100K but never posted it because it wasn't good enough? That's why people are obsessive like that. Like, I've seen it with one of my influencers where he had a huge average viewership, but then like he changed format, it went down, and despite the fact he's returned to his original content, it hasn't like spiked back up. It's like a very now gradual reclimb to where he was. YouTube's scary like that sometimes. Any good news regarding the KPMM 2? I have nothing to report. I mean, hopefully we will eventually. It'd be kind of a shame. Like, maybe I'm a bit biased, but I think like KPMM has been one of the best additions to the Age of Empires ecosystem. I'm very biased, but you know. Jesus, this freaking annoying cough. Yarata worker. That's right. One and all, welcome back to the channel for some good old alopecia. We've got game number 1 between B and Valdemar. A matchup that Valdemar usually describes as just need to get whooped by B. Let's see if it's going to happen today, especially when Valdemar whips out something strong like this. Chinese feeling like one of the best picks on alopecia, on any map in general. But B has gone for the Lancastrians. I'm wondering, is this just going to be your good old-fashioned Fast Castle? Because Fast Castle House of Lancaster has been taken over, folks. It's a bit dirty right now. I think it actually might be one of the most powerful Fast Castle builds we've ever had with the Earlsguard timing. He's going to begin with the spears. B definitely wants to get a deer shove, and Valdemar, already aware of it, is going to lane. Yeah, look at what Valdemar done. He done a short rotation, got 12 sheep, and then just came back to lane straight away. Great read. Against the prolific deer shove, I think like B has a bit of a problem. B has a big problem. Every game, he's expected to do this. And that can be a huge negative. So what you have to keep in mind is what makes him very solid, very advantageous. is there wasn't an anticipation in the early days, right? When the Dark Age deer shove meta began, I think B was the most prolific shover. And we've seen this with so many people. Like, if you outpost rush at first, like, very powerful with certain civs, but if you're the guy who always outpost rushes, well, then come on. I'm going to get in the game expecting you to do it. And I feel like B at the moment, no matter the civ, he's looking for a way to deer shove. Now, despite the laming, because he's up to 4 spears, he will at least get 1 deer stack. But you can kind of imagine how catastrophic this would have been if he didn't get such an absurdly good spawn for it. I wondered, is he maybe going to, like, try to deer shove the enemy? What? B. He's outpost rushing. Now, this is very unexpected, but he wants to deny the pro scouts play. This is such a B thing as well. There's not many people that I think would deviate like this from the original plan. And crazy read as well. Remember, with Lancaster, just like with English, in theory, you're actually really good at rushing a tower because your shortbow villager can poke at any villager trying to come back to contest this. Now, Valdemar, he done the right thing in not contesting this, by the way. He gathered the gold he needs. So Imperial Academy is on the way, and he's going to have enough gold to get his taxmen out. The problem for Valdemar here is this now feels like you cannot go pro scouts. The gold gen is going to be really slow. B. I mean, you could actually, like, considering your opponent's going to be a bit food starved, and the risk of him now having to come out to get food, I think you could justify a white tower rush even more. And, well, with 6 workers on the gold, I do believe that's what we're getting out of the 3D clan member. The outpost rush is weird? I don't think it is. There's something interesting you have to think about here. We've seen the counterplay to the House of Lancaster castle rush. If you guys remember, game 1 between DeMu and Deniska showed us exactly that. It was Chinese versus House of Lancaster. In that game, DeMu found his timing, rushing the castle off of pro scouts, and then getting the crossbows out to defend. Imagine how difficult it is to contest Earlsguard when you can't get crossbows. Because you can't even afford an age up, let alone the cost of crossbows then after. This is pretty solid. Very craftily thought out. And there's the Lancaster castle now coming in. So he's going to build it up here, and I think he's going to keep the extra workers on the gold. I could be wrong on this. It could just be a normie let's build manners game. But with the way he's opened this, it kind of looks like Earlsguard is the jackpot. Because remember, the difference between a Men-at-Arms rush and an Earlsguard rush is Men-at-Arms have to dive this TC. And hand cannon slit hurts. But with Earlsguard, you don't do any diving. Alright, like guys, whoa. Diving involves water and exercise. 2 things that gamers don't want to do because, hey, I ain't got time to exercise. I get out of breath grating cheese. And B, ain't no way I'm taking my electronics near water. The cool thing about Earlsguard, they're perfect for gamers. They just stand on the side and hurl things at you that kill you very quickly. Saying China is most dangerous when it's cornered genuinely sounds like the response of someone in a free-for-all who's stuck in a corner and they like, I got second. It's like, yeah, but you killed no one. So let's see what Valdemar's response is going to be. He's adding in spears now. It's 2 on gold. Okay, no, B is not going the Earlsguard route. At least not in a rush. He's just gonna greed. Interesting. I mean, in fairness, he has still blocked his opponent off of the deer. Valdemar will gradually get towards Pro Scout still, though, if he chooses it. I mean, look at the taxation. He's almost got enough already. So now the spears are just going to take the outpost away. Why was B more interested in manners than actually just going age up? Did he maybe think that this timing was going to be too good from Valdemar, maybe? So although the outpost is annoying, he knew he couldn't keep him contested for long. Good micro. B. You notice the target fire coming in. Now, the interesting thing is that B, he could have potentially rushed fortifications here. Went a bit greedy with the iron slates. The village is going to be pulled. The Spearmen have to react. Scout does go down. But, I mean, this is a lot of damage done to the Chinese spears, which heavily outnumber the Lancastrians. Finally, he's going to be target firing them down. Crazy it took this long to just kill them. Manners already starting to get added in, but it's only one. I actually think there's a timing here for Valdemar. He chooses Pro Scouts instead, but it would have been quite intriguing to see him just ram rush. As crazy as that sounds, like there is a weird kind of opportunity here. He can still make it work because the problem with this Lancaster Castle, it doesn't protect the stone. This is another reason why I was a little bit surprised by B's choice to go Manners. His spawn is kind of terrible for it. The Golden Stone, like this is the nightmare. You rarely actually see it for Lancaster because it feels like most games, Golden Stone spawns together inevitably. But Alopecia has a tendency to split these. We see it on Valdemar's side as well. Gold on the east, stone on the west. In an ideal world, you want gold and stone both here because for mana spam, you need both. I guess maybe for B, he only wanted the level 1 mana. And now we are getting Yeoman, which makes sense. He's up against 10 spears. I'm wondering though, like right now, does it feel like B is trying to play for his win condition or trying to stop Valdemar from reaching his? Because so far, everything that B's done in this game, at least after the deer aim, has felt like win condition denial. Actually, you could argue that the deer aim play from the deer shove, that was denial as well. B was trying to remove Pro Scout's value. It's about to call it Pro Scouts. How did you guys predict, by the way? 75% for B. Interesting. I wonder, like, one's in chat, when you made your prediction for, like, B, did you think you were going to be getting Earlsguard Rush? I actually wonder, this is going to be the more interesting one. 4's in chat if you think the Earlsguard Rush is the more powerful build than the busted one. Or 5's in chat if you think the mana spam is the busted build. I'm wondering if sentiment is shifting. And also, like, keep in mind the difference there. I'm saying busted, not annoying. I think most people are of the feeling that playing against Manners is annoying. But it feels like sentiment has become less that it's outright broken, if that makes sense. It's strong. But what we've been seeing with these Earlsguard rushes has just been oppressive, man. Like, of the last, I think, 5 or 6 White Tower rush builds we've watched, only one has failed. Now, what's interesting is B, he's bulking quite a lot of Yeoman here. Valdemar has an upside, though. He's rushing castle. And that does devalue the idea of White Tower. I think probably B's looking to play into King's College here, especially with Hoblars. Yeah, because maybe his anticipation is Valdemar's going to rush the age and then look to play into Crossbow Lancer. What's surprising, actually, is like Hoblars with hill training do kind of okay into Lancers because of the initial charge damage. Not crazy, but like surprisingly effective for a light horseman. Yeoman are now going to go on the move. Rotation around the back, but Astronomical Clock Tower nicely placed. No exposed eco, remember. This was Pro Scouts after all. Valdemar actually has good vision on the map, so you can see what any follow-ups would look like. And I think B knows what's happening. Yeah, so he'll follow suit, and it will be greedy. I guess this turns into a relic race now. You feeling like B is becoming the Serral of AoE 4? I don't know about that. I'm trying to think who B would be more comparative to. Really, you're looking for the Grand Innovator. I think Serral wasn't really focused on being the Grand Innovator. It almost feels like in your mind, you're forcing a comparison based on the fact that they're both like Zerg mains. You know what I mean? I'm trying to think like who StarCraft 2's greatest innovators have been. Like what B has been proving with the new expansion puts him aligned with the idea of Mister. Like I would still say the Grand Innovator is Mister, And no one is going to argue with that. In the history of AoE4, he has been the guy. But B has always been, I think, in the shadow of Mr. for that reason. When Mr. shows up, everyone's mind is blown. Oh my god, look at all the things he discovered. And then B has always been there, reliably coming through with these new interesting builds. Just never, I think, getting the true blow up on attention that his counterpart did. This is a powerful build, folks. It is going to be the switch into the Knights. I really love this build. Collar of S's, remember, the weird thing about House of Lancaster, everyone always talks about the Yeomen. They're actually secretly an insanely good cavalry sir. Collar of S's is HRE's heavy maces on horseback. You can mirror Knights and defeat them. See, I was just the goat? Yeah, like, I think a fairer comparison to Sarah would be Marine Lord, no? And then, I guess with Louis, I mean, there's that Chinese player for StarCraft, Oliveira, right? B is B. There's the biggest compliment of all. That's your goal in life, guys. At first, you get called to discount something, and then you're looking to be your own thing. Okay, does Valdemar realize what's happening here? Because it's very tricky to notice Collar of S's, the tech for the Knights. There's no visual indicator. You have to hover on them to see the bonus damage. I mean, look at that as well. 42 damage on a lance charge and 30 damage on a sword strike. Against heavily armored units, you're basically a gilded knight. Valdemar, wait, what? It's a Palace Guard switch. Okay, B's been given the blueprint to victory here. Knight's Yeoman rocks pretty hard. We have going mad in the spears as well, which is kind of interesting. I mean, spears aren't bad. Remember, spears for Lancaster function as a support unit as well. You might need to support these villagers here. Dive coming in. Good pull away by B. Perfectly times it to minimize casualties. It's still going to be 2 going down. And more to come, actually. Valdemar hangs around. Does look to make his escape. He's not sure if veterancy on spears is on the way. Good timing as well, though. B was getting ready to go on the offensive with the Yeoman, kept him back in his base, so buys time. Behind this, Valdemar is reaping the benefits of relics. What is up, Fat Blop? I'm going to reap the benefits of that. Appreciate the sub, mate. Did Hera play StarCraft 2? I do not believe so. I think Hera's always been an Age of Empires person. If you guys want a more interesting one, Leary would be the one for that. Leary was actually quite a high-ranking Dota 2 player. Not competitively, but he was very high-ranked on the leaderboards before switching over to AoE 2. And that is a weird transition, by the way. To go from MOBA to RTS is quite unusual. The other way around is expected. Sing Sing played a ton of AoE 4. He did when it released. But Sing Sing plays a variety of things. He's also played a lot of Age of Myth, even before Retold. It's a low interception. Lancers have got the +1 armor, so fairly tanky here, but reminder about those Knights. How scary. So tricky now to catch the Yeoman on top of that. Like, it feels like you need Knights to deal with this, but you just get destroyed by the Lancastrian ones. Love the switch into Horseman. It's a great read by Valdemar. Great for control on the mid-map. His only issue is going to be once he gets back to the base. B has got 18 Spearmen in reserve. They are now on the way. Now, interesting that B actually didn't bring them with him, but I think he was worried about the Lancer raids. However, seeing that the Horseman switches come in, I think now he probably just moves the army together. Because the threat of Lancer raids is pretty small now. Though it takes a lot of quick decision making. Oh, yes. And also, it's interesting, actually. I imagine a player like B would have loved Dota 2. Because Dota 2 is less about a build order. Like, when you play high-level Dota 2, there's a lot of dynamic play. You don't just follow a set order. Even in the early game, actually, at the highest level. Defensive flash here, Valdemar. He has got vision advantage over this fight and jumps the back line. B, a bit greedy with the placement. Completely out of position here. Great fight from Valdemar. Able to wipe the bulk of the Yeoman. He is sacrificing a lot of backline right now, though. Are you kidding me, B? He gets fully exposed, makes the best of the situation to take as many crossbows with him as possible. Like, for Valdemar, that should have been a fight where he finishes with, what, 30-plus military alive. Ends up losing the heart of the crossbow line, though. And behind this, B is just scaling. We've got the final mana tier being unlocked. Relic Split is still up in the winds. This hasn't been secured yet. Valdemar needs to pick up the relics ASAP. STB switch is interesting. Yeoman, I mean, yes, you can't play them, but they're sometimes just so tricky to actually catch. Valdemar has been doing a good job of scaling that lead. Just courtesy of the Song Dynasty, we also have a farm transition underway. Reminder that when it comes to B, his economy is raw manners for food. And whatever gathering unlimited resources you can find between. Valdemar with the Treb? It's not as premature as you'd think. Look how short the distance is between the bases. It just looked deceptive because they were playing south side. I actually like this timing. Especially after B just got stripped of so much army count. Anyone know how is the hero experiment going with AoE2? So, like, it was interesting because apparently there was, like, Microsoft employees that were baiting numbers. Like, I think I remember listening to one of the AoE2 podcasts where they said the reception had been really good. And it turned out it was a bait because the reviews, like, AoE2's DLC kind of bombed when it was released on reviews. I'm not sure how it's doing now, though. I think it's inherently harder to introduce that type of thing into AoE2 than 4. Because 2 has been rooted in the way it plays for a very long time. SBs. Look at those spears, but B doing a good job of eradicating the front line. And now the Yeoman left over to deal with the crossbows. If just 1 or 2 knights can sneak in here, they can snipe out the Nestabes. No Billman is a big deal, by the way. I was kind of shocked at the fact that it wasn't there. Those Pulse Guard, funnily enough, not last that long against Yeoman, but a lot longer than they maybe should have. B, now just going to dive in. This is where Nestabes gets a bit weird. They look really busted when there's like 40, 50 military units, but when you're down to like 10, the saturation damage is kind of irrelevant. The B able to trade out efficiently here. He's taking like 1 Yeoman loss for 1 crossbow is happy. He still does need to access the B is the problem. And he's got a way of doing it. Muster the Nobles is pretty cool. Interesting time for B to do this. Muster the Nobles definitely would have felt more impactful back when your opponent had Lancer play. Because remember, with that heavy damage buff on Knights, it applies to Demi Lancers as well, and essentially functions as about a 60% damage buff. Because they have base 9 damage and plus 6 to get to heavy. And yeah, like to the point of like AoE2 changes, I think in general, whenever you have a game that's existed for a long time, it is, and if you do not have the game state evolve rapidly, regularly, it's very hard to introduce new mechanics. I think that applies for a lot of games. Demi Lancers, 160 HP on each of these, by the way. They aren't going to get bonus against the Siege. So Clock Towers are pretty tanky, hard to deal with. Valdemar is sturdy, though, with this economy. Look at the state of the granaries. Look at the fact that he's got a 16 worker lead right now. So man is strong, and you know, if B is able to stalemate this up to maximum pop, I'll favor him. But like right now, Valdemar, very competitive on the economy. A little bit surprised he actually doesn't have the full lead, but I think that's because of the idle time when he's switching onto things. And we also have some extra stone gathering. I'm wondering if he's looking for a keep drop. A castle in the center would be pretty smart here. Your opponent spammed a lot of manas in this area. If you castle drop here, you can siege everything behind it. And B. Okay. Yeah, I guess he just wants to secure the ball side. He's got spot out here. This is a pretty heavy lean, though. Bringing the entire army up here. Maybe he was expecting Valdemar to play out for resources. I'm starting to wonder if B is actually aware of just how deep the granary transition is. I mean, he's rotating around the back, and in fairness, there isn't a castle drop there to protect the area yet. Yeah, it makes sense, actually, when you look at the vision of B, like what he'll be seeing here. He's not seeing gold gathering the center from his opponent. And he sees all these gold veins north. So for him, it probably feels quite organic to kind of shuffle up here and then maybe push in. Lancaster's not as OP as people think. Yeah. I think Lancaster, like, this is residual effect. We just had someone earlier saying, like, they hate, like, Jean, it should be removed. But it's like, Jean is pretty tame these days. And I think, well, Lancaster, I'm not going to call them tame. They're definitely not the biggest balance issue in the game. They are probably, with their economy, the biggest design issue on the Civ side right now. But in terms of, oh my god, OP, definitely not the biggest. And by the way, when I say the design, I'm fine with all the units. The only one I might change, actually, at this stage, is Earlsguard. I think Earlsguard's dagger throw needs to be tweaked a bit. I'm fine with this idea that I have very polarizing, strong units of A, B, or C. The economy, actually, is like quite often seen as the issue. So Valdemar now bulking past guard. A little bit tricky against this many yeomen. Remember, PG inherently have less ranged armor. And this is one of the better archers at kiting you out anyway. Not just that, he is continuing to scale knights. I guess the only thing really left here is Sync Shot, which would be huge considering Valdemar is probably going to be like hunkering in choke points in his base. This to be his defense. Bit of a nuisance. I wonder if it's worth B just building one trebuchet to break these down fast. I've got him at least trying to poke at the flanks. I think B is maybe contemplating an age up. I could envision a Berkshire in the center here. Then again, Wingard might just feel a lot nicer. There's no real pressure on him right now. Barkey's more a reaction to something coming. And with Valdemar playing hard into siege and crossbows, it doesn't really scream, I'm going to attack you. Like right now, Valdemar is in a please don't hurt me phase. I think B is good, but maybe one thing that potentially hurts him is that he mostly practices with Cat and Atan Scatterbrain. They have very different playstyles compared to MLB's two. So I can see where you come from there, but like sometimes your goal is to basically force. So there's different types of players. There's ones that take what is known and they try to perfect it, and there are ones that try to force the meta to their being. And I think B fits that. He wants you to have to come play his style. And it makes sense, right? Because if you are right and everyone has to follow suit into what your playstyle ends up being, what your idea of the meta is, you're inherently already ahead of them. Because they're playing catch-up. I don't mind that. The idea, like, if you're behind on the meta, you should try to play the meta, doesn't always work. Because, like, if you're completely behind on the meta and you're following someone's shadow, you're never going to catch up. If they're playing the same amount of games as you or more, you're like, a player like Beast and Greenlord are going to play just as many, if not more. This is why we even see it strategically in individual games. You know? Like, if you see mirrors nowadays, and a guy goes 2TC, but you're 3 minutes later to the idea of going 2TC, do you go 2TC or do something else? You do something else. Because otherwise, you're just admittedly doing the same thing, worse. And we see the same nowadays with castle trends. Often when someone goes castle age, the other player tries to attack. This has been a long castle age. But I think we are approaching the point where maybe Valdemar wants to try and get out. But B is keeping him honest to the age right now. A lot of yeomen, but also a lot of nested E's. And it's about to be even more Yos. Check that. Shy Levy's on the way. Knights are going to try to ride in. Are going to be able to start sniping targets here. And the crossbows, they have to front line. Oh no, Valdemar. He didn't respect the Yos. The SCBs start to stagger away from this, but there's not much of a front line left. Luckily, he has at least sniped most of the Knights, so the siege will be able to escape. But look at the military difference. This is insane. Valdemar, he's floating so much resource. Looked like he was half thinking about castle into Imperial Age. On top of that, the stone would have been great to secure this area, but he never reached that point. While B went for a double down in this age, and now has over double the military influence. And Sync Shot is finally on the way. I'm a bit surprised we didn't get it sooner, especially against this comp. Spearmen plus crossbows is the dream. Yeomen trade out really well against Expos. They get bonus against spears. I think Valdemar, like the whole idea here, at the heart of it, is Nesta Bees to win the game. And in theory, like it works if you are fighting in smaller areas, choke points, etc. But coming out in the open was the crux. I wonder, does he now just take the age up? He's still got some military wiggle room, but he's actually stopped producing. So looks like Imperial is on his mind. I wondered if he was actually going to try Hobbler to solve the Nesta Bees issue. Very, very good with the hill training tech at Sniping Siege. But I guess he just sees it as an easier win. Just take the age up. Get those Yos upgraded. Maybe even look towards Incendiary tech. And yeah, probably another player seen the last relic. Okay, B has. He hasn't picked it up though, weirdly enough. It's quite often one of these relics spawns really close to the cliffs and people just don't realize it. Valdemar. I like the Horseman switch. PG as well. I mean, we talked about this with the issue against Knights. It's going to work out okay because we can see what B is actually doing. But, like, obviously, Valdemar doesn't have that info. He sees someone attacking him who's, funnily enough, teching behind this. It's just striking the house like, yo, is anyone home? Knock, knock. Hero pass now from Baldi. Whoa. Okay, so, I mean, he has got pagodas as an option here with Triple Relic. The movement speed is key, though. He's just looking to gap close with these Horsemen and PG. These Yeomen are just so good at kiting. Speaking of which, with so low Horsemen, I mean, there's no way you can really threaten this many Yeomen. And B's just playing with this food at this point. Right, in this retreat, like, he understands the Nesta Bees will never catch him. Tech out completes, and now Valdemar probably feels even more like he needs to commit something. So leaves a bunch of PG behind. Funnily enough, actually runs the rest of the army home. So I guess he's going to play catch-up here into Imperial. Has got a lot of farms to do, so Valdemar is now sitting up at 40. Yo, upgrade. Just 50 seconds out. The Wingard being the optimal choice. We have got the garrisons on the way, so it'll be Mass Spin plus Earlsguard. Okay. It's pretty nuts. I mean, the way that B played this was very elegant. He didn't leave any room for his tech up to seem greedy, which is why he gets away with the Wingard. And I wonder if there's ever a world in which he considers Earlsguard. I mean, not with the crossbow currently standing at his count. Like, over time, it's inherently going to happen with the garrison commands. And maybe there's a world in which by spamming spears, you force your opponent to go, like, PG. At which point, House of Lancaster Earlsguards can destroy Palace Guard. Because, like, as the game now goes on, with the Stone Gathering, B could start securing castles. It's a very underrated element. We don't get to see it to its full extent, but reminder, with the House Unified buff, you can get +4 damage on each of these men-at-arms. Scuttage on the way as well. And a White Tower to be built, but the Yeoman already in range. Singshot's going to come in. Good dodge there by Valdemar. Nesta Bees. We actually use a Singshot onto them. Yeah, not happening, dog. Remember, these things have 50% more health and 85% ranged armor resistance. The Yeomen aren't going to be able to carry that fight. That's right, they should not. So B, after being a bit cheeky about this, has to back away. Both players now in the fort phase. B. I mean, surely you're thinking, like, Covenant, maybe? It's so weird against China. Trying to play C2 into China feels bad every time. It's the clock tower effect. Like, yeah, you can build Colves, but they can build clock tower bombards. And, ooh, Sink Shot. He guessed wrong. Did B actually see where the gate was? Maybe he was intentionally targeting the spears. He doesn't catch the workers. He has put Valdemar in a bit of a sticky situation. Gold access is heavily limited here. Nesta B's count is most definitely not. Okay, so what is keeping B away from the Hobbler's is what I'm now wondering. Surely they would feel fantastic here. Remember, a Hobbler does 44 damage with hill training and veterancy. I think it goes up to like 60 damage almost in Imperial, which means you could 3 or 4 hit Nesta Bees. It's definitely the thing that he's missing, but instead he's trusting Knights. I guess for B, the thought is if he goes into Hovelars, his opponent will have access to food and wood. But the thing that Valdemar doesn't have great access to at this pacing is gold. So he's trying to starve him out there and then prep knights to run him through. Which sounds weird because, like, I mean, spears, good against knights as well. But obviously a knight 1-to-1 will fare a lot better than hobbies. And also as a front line, right? It's just a good way of clearing Palace Guard. Just knob count. Knights. Just enough PG to block them, but they're actually going to die for it. I'm going to find one. The spears won't need to get through here. There's no staggered formation. They're just going to full and dive. Yeoman with a sink shot. The damage nowhere near good enough. The spearman follow-up maybe. He's sacrificing a lot for this. I think B's reached that point where he's just saying, screw it. I know I can afford to lose things. You cannot. And it's working out. I mean, the Yeoman, it's an expensive fight, but they're clearing the wave. That's the B's count now down to just 3 after all that. Second wave of PG is going to come in. B definitely taking a heavy hit there. He was up at what, 60, 70 Yeoman. So loses half of them. Maybe sees it as worth it considering how much Valdemar had to sacrifice in response though. We finally have Elite Knight tech in. A bit more chunky. I think we're actually missing Unitech on, I want to say both sides here. We haven't really seen much of it. No Uni for B whatsoever. And I believe Valdemar, yeah, he literally only has one blacksmith. So neither player has found their way into the technologies that could easily win these fights. Despite that, though, B is doing a great job of grinding Valdemar down. Valdemar not focusing the archers? When they spread, it's very difficult. It's also like, once you start to see that front line disintegrate, what's going to kill you faster, a spearman or your own? A spearman is going to kill you quicker. So I kind of understand where Valdemar's coming from, but it just... The problem right now is it feels like a lot of his solutions are gold locked. If he can just solve that problem, great. But it's so much easier said than done. He hasn't even built the pagodas, folks, which is surprising for a guy... Wait, did he cancel the Yuan? He did. I didn't even glance that. He was building Imperial Palace ages ago, too. And then close to completion, just gave up on it. And finally, we do have the incendiary text coming in. So this is the game changer, guys. The fights are not going to be very close anymore. Yeah, Valdemar, I mean, if he could find elite army tactics, maybe. Extra health with the Harden goes a long way. You notice, like, the Nest of Bees Remax never happened. Valdemar is just stuck one-dimensionally into Palace Guard. PG. We'll try to wiggle around the back. I don't know, man. Like, Palace Guard against Yeoman just feels so sad. At least against Lombos, you know you can catch them. But Yeoman move at the same movement speed. Which I know in some people's like minds sounds kind of giga-busted, but... I mean, archers move at the same speed as men-at-arms, right? Well, actually quicker. What does Valdemar now do? I've been kind of stumped as to what Valdemar's golden plan is for this. I think he's just trying to survive until something opens up. And, you know, like in some situations that works for China because of the infinite economy on gold, right? They can tax. Plus he has relic advantage. But problem is Lancaster manners, man. They have just as much infinite resource pump. In fact, superior resource pump. And this is crazy now. Padded Jack. I feel like Padded Jack is quite an underrated tech. It gets skipped a lot, but it's super effective. Plus 3 armor here. Onto... basically 2/3 of your comp, spears and lombos. Actually makes your spearmen incredible tanks against Palace Guard. The whole kit and caboodle, by the way. Wait, he's getting cannoneers. Burgundian imports on the way. Remember, the point in Burgundian imports is that it gives you access to hand cannons and castle age. So why build it in Imperial Age? Because it makes them 25% cheaper. Which is interesting mathematically, because it means by the time you've built 8 hand cannoneers, Burgundian imports would have paid for itself. A small raid by the PG on the back farms. Trying to punish B for not having walls. Valdemar has done a good job of getting some space, so what now? Because what I'm seeing right now, I mean, the gold is still looking a bit awkward. And we're not seeing a real transition. Spear? Wait, what? Is this because he's out of gold? I'm trying to figure out why you'd want spears here. I mean, I guess there's a decent number of knights, but against mass yeomen, that's scary. Look at those yos. Now going to arrive in the big fight. Remember also, like, your spears are just worse than Lancastrian spears. And we do now have Culverins on the way from B. I think he's had enough. He's finally going to be looking to break in. Notice how things have kind of slowed down a bit. Valdemar, despite the fact he's got 3.5k food, it's not like he's got this huge reserve of units pumping. The drainage matters a lot here. Meanwhile, B, he's bulking reserves. That's important because after the next big fight, you have to ask who can get their troops back up faster. B, also just kind of benefiting from these losses if you think about it. Down to Knight Eco, but that just means more wiggle room for more army. I do wonder if this game would just become a lot more simplistic for B if he won. Because that's the thing for Voldy, just these Palace Guard very good raiders due to the move speed. Sink shot. Heavy load of damage coming in. Way to scare him away. The military number is just getting bigger and bigger and smaller and smaller. Oh my god, they strike off. And we even have biology. Yeah, would it be more cost efficient for B to go Ulsgaard instead of Knights? Probably not, because he either walls and goes Ulsgaard, or he leaves it unwalled and goes Knights, right? There's definitely an argument to be made that eventually he won't be able to afford these Knights. But we're still quite a way off that. Has anyone else just been kind of saying if like trying to figure out what Valdemar's end goal is? I think he was just hoping to reach this point where the Pascal brother could just flank raid and it would chip away at the economy. But B, like, he's done such a good job of stockpiling reserves. 5,000 wood, 2.4k food. The gold is maybe the limiting factor. But at the heart of the army, he's been leaning hard on Yeoman and Spim to solve that problem. Speaking of the Spear Yo, they're now going to start pressing in. We should have Culverins on the way. That's going to be to address the Great Wall Gatehouse. The Palace Guard are being ignored. He didn't actually move the villagers away. So expected the Knights to maybe mop this up just a bit faster. But now that he's no longer distracted, he's going to force Valdemar to keep all PG at home. Great timing by B. Before this, Valdemar was benefiting from the fact that he could just go on the flanks. B was running around his base. There wasn't that pressure point. As soon as it starts to come towards you, you feel this necessity to put all the boys on the defense. He's got a wave of Knights coming in. That should be good enough to hold back the Palace Guard. The hand cannon account gradually growing, just not in a rush. And well, we look at that. We talked about the Earlsguard potential. He thinks he's cracked that point. We're going to be getting the throwing dagger drills, which remember gives the AoE. I think, was there some proxy play? No, it's just outpost down here. There's no flank attacks. We've got keep drops coming in. That's what makes this a sick timing, actually. B, it's only one castle, but White Tower as well. Oh, sorry, no, he didn't, did he? No, he went Lancaster. Oh, with the stone available on the map, though, he could easily scale his damage up. +4 of elite army tactics goes a hell of a long way. Valiant effort by Valdemar, but looking at this military count, I just think we've kind of reached the conclusion. I mean, it was a decent effort. I could see what Valdemar was kind of aiming for, but I think the pain of gold is what killed him here. B's control of the center mattered a lot more than the flank control because of the gold access. Now B will be able to get access to the back of those farms. Valdemar, full idle timeout. While he's trying to remax army, feels like a killing blow. Knights going to be able to close out the control on the gold on the south side. Wait, we actually have extra materials. I don't think you rarely see that. game one will end up being a win for B. Credit to Valdemar for actually keeping it going this long. I mean, don't know if that's just the inherent nature of China. Or maybe the power of the kid. But we've seen before, Valdemar capable of getting wins up against B, so do not write him off just yet. Definitely feels like a hell of a blow to leverage China and then come out with a loss here, though. And feel free to redeem timeouts on him, okay? He just exposed himself as a Chinese man. Too many nerfs made China weak late game. Nani? Gotta give him credit, by the way. Like, B just beat Palace Guard Flood without walls. He has built 0 walls against Mass Palace Guard. That's rare. It's taboo, I think, at this stage, it'd be fair to say, to not build walls against Palace Guard. I guess Lancaster's just built death. Oh, bless Valdemar. He's just been trying to actually sneak in defenses on the back here. Second wave has arrived. At this point, I think he's just processing the L. Especially now the Nesta Bees are going down. GG gets called. A 0 wall game against Mass Palace Guard. That's crazy. No hand cannon from Chinese. It's difficult against Yeoman because the Yeoman can kite you. If he had Yuan Dynasty, it might have been feasible, but it's still very difficult. Oh my god, this dry cough is tilting me like no other. So, let's mark it up. Apparently I didn't add the players' names. Whoopsie. So, game 1 going to be... Let's see where the boys are going to take us next. Alright, they just hopped in lobby, which means we should have the draft. Roost versus Sushi. Let's see what the map pool was. With these selections, this could be... I don't think you do Sushi and Receding. That feels a little bit wasteful. Dry Arabia is a possibility. The other one, what was the unknown pick that hasn't shown up in the draft for reasons? Regions. I think, yeah, Regions would make sense for both these civs. Trying to think of what like I title that. Maybe or he built Mass Palace Guard. He built no walls. I don't know. I'll think about that. Oh my god, this cough. Check if you can actually spectate the game. Or like I had to wait for them to start the game. Yeah, we a little donker. Look at that. I know my maps. So region's upcoming. 1 point for B. Nice. We're off to the races. Wait, did they not use a delay this time? I think not. Alright, we'll go 2 XP because we've got a minute to catch up on. Let's get predictions going if we can. Thank you very much. And in we go. One and all, welcome back to the channel for B versus Valdemar. A crazy game number 1 leads us into regions for the second. And Sushi versus Roost, 2 of the most powerful picks you will see making it through a draft in Age of Empires 4 right now. And the 2xp just to catch up for the first minute. An interesting Civ draft, actually, for Regions. Regions has felt a little bit baity when it comes to Pro Scouts. Reminder, this map, I mean, in terms of what's on offer, you know, there is a decent amount. There's 26 deer, which is 2 less than Dry Arabia. But the first deer stack usually just feels so close to the base that we've seen a lot of Civs actually shove this in to remove the Pro Scouts value. Curious to see quite a lot of these high-level players still covet Pro Scouts so much despite that. And we are going to have to start predictions ourselves. So we'll pay out on game number 1. Game number 2, get those predictions going. If you're watching not live, you're watching later, be sure to actually just type in your prediction before the game finishes. You know what we say around here? We respect the person, even if they're wrong, that makes a commitment to a prediction before the outcome. You know what I can't stand? Those people who, like, don't say anything all game, no smack talk, nothing, and then, after they've basically secured the win, they go GG's. That is the most pussy-footed, lame thing you can do in a comp game. Gotta have spine, man. And, oh, did he just do what I think he did? Did Valdemar just find the jackpot? For Regions, that's pretty damn good. 75 plus the 36. 111 Meditation Garden. 36 food, 25 stone, 50 gold, and actually in fairness to him, about like 6 or 7 wood. That's hella good for this map. Yeah, I know what people are going to say, but the Meditation Garden on the berries, like the problem is these berries are very RNG. You don't get as much as you think. Like this is the best he'd be able to get. And this ends up being, or maybe he can get here instead. Like he'd probably get about like 115, 116 resources. This at least gives you some flexi. And whoa. Okay, the Roost bias is strong. 92% for Roost. I don't know, man. Sushi have been looking pretty solid overall. I think Sushi's win rate going down, or like rather a lot of the wins, should we say, this week, will be due to the Kawasan interactions, if anything. Wait till you see what happens with sheep. What are you on about? What are you talking about, Ruben? How is B? Wait. Okay, yeah, he's got them all now. Yeah, I was about to say 15 sheep sounds about right. Oh. Valdemar down to 6. Now, in fairness, this was always going to be Pro Scouts. But this is where it's rough. Like, if you 50-50 split the deer now, which is what happens in a lot of Pro Scout mirrors, you're just miles behind. B has about an extra, what, 2,000 food to work with? Why you got to talk about my crown jewels getting lasered like that? Wait, is B going to do the thing he does? Did he just... Let's have a look. This whole B's going to donate sheep, I'm not so sure. Sometimes he does. Like, it's actually funny. I've watched B do this a lot in comp games. Where he's like, oh, you got nothing. Gives him a little summon. Nah. Not today. Like, who was he done it with, guys? Do you remember? It wasn't even, like, a very low-ranking player. It was a competitive player. I remember he gave him, like, 3 or 4 sheep in a game on Dry Arabia, like, the other week. It was quite comical. Okay, so instead, he says, Valdemar, I've got somewhere to be. I've got to babysit the kids tonight. So, like, you'll be fine. You've got 36 food over here. Insane. And the Pro Scouts is already in for him. Now, B, love the way he played this. He actually just shoved one scout while trying to harass with the other ones on the other side. Comes back to retrieve the goodies. And he's already a step ahead on the timing here. Yeah, he's going to get all his deer on the first pack home, which means he can mirror move over to the west side on advantage timing. And we are going to get the spear spam to mirror what Valdemar's doing. What was the score in DeMu Cat? It was a wash, man. Cat 3-0'd him. I'm still processing that game. Nobody really expected that. Gotta say, B has actually been probably the scariest player I've been seeing this spear build with Roos. He's very good at just bulking up to 10, 15 spears and then overwhelming. Which is why I love the read by Valdemar. He's already gone into Palace Guard. Not the cleanest denial against Pro Scouts because you don't get bonus damage. But it means that you don't get shutted out by Spear and Spear. Timing is going to be critical here, however. Remember, Roos with 8 Scouts means he can get over half of the deer on this west side. So you have to be fast on the intercept. Honestly, I think it's kind of underrated in this situation. Just drop deer on the very edge of the map and then go for others. Wish we saw more of that. It's just something that's easy to overlook. You come over and like, oh, I guess he already took those deer. You don't even think to look. Ooh, good timing then. I love the immediate reaction. Voldemar was like, yep, I'll be taking that one. You could actually make that his own little cycle. Just bring scouts nearby, drop off. Oh, I'll pick that up instead. Man, B just so on point at protecting his low HP scouts, though. And he even baits the enemy underneath the TC, plus the Winter Fortress. Does split the damage, which is not ideal, between the Palace Guard and the Spearman. Damn, gets those spears back just in time before his opponent could have snatched something away. The rest of the scouts are just running around like headless chickens. But B's about to trigger the castle up. Valdemar looking to mirror the play, but will be somewhat delayed by comparison. And that is a little bit of a depressing high trade house. But the funny part is, or rather the ridiculous part is, it's not going to be depressing at all. Get your numbers in. Well, the difference between like Roos Pro Scouts and other Civs Pro Scouts is the savings. Think about it this way, right? Imagine if you had a Civ that could build stables and got paid for building stables. That's what a hunting cabin really is. It gives you these guys. Very powerful effect. I mean, not just that. It gives you a stables cheaper, right? It's 100 resources and it pays itself back. Stack up complete. And we are just going to be getting the Horse Archer mass. Valdemar knowing this, is there a world in which he goes Horseman opening? Could be pretty solid. I like the Mount Lu Academy detail. It's more important to secure map first against Horse Archers before rushing relics. Because even though you can harden your body, Horse Archers will kite and kill you, right? So like, it's not safe to just greed towards relics. So what you do instead, by getting Mount Lu Academy, makes your taxmen more efficient, gives you extra food to work with. Because remember, you get some food off of taxation. And then when you do think it's time to go relics, yes, you won't have those tanky shallow monks, but by building them out of a standard monastery, you can pump them out every 11 seconds. Alright, one's if you think B's going to win this game, two's if you think Valdemar is. Because we're starting to see the painted picture here. Tech up's complete on both sides. Horse Archer mass coming in. While Valdemar, he's at least upgrading the PG, but I can't imagine that's the end goal. He's going straight in for the Lancers, despite the Horse Archer threat. Alright, guys, chill. Whoa. Poor B. Poor Valdemar, rather. 109 gold, by the way. Some of you expect too much out of high trade houses. Clearly, we need to buff. He's going to laser Valdemar on the junk. Yeah, I think when I signed Valdemar up to do some sponsored him streams, he wasn't really expecting us to get the laser treatment in for him. You know what? I'm still fairly comfortable. I was getting a bit paranoid as the hours were going on that, like, you know, the painkiller's going to wear off and I was going to be in a lot of pain here, guys. Day's going pretty well. So Relic's now being hoovered up by B. And his timings look pretty solid here, but look at the switch we talked about for Valdemar. Monastery is now pumping. He's not supervising it, but that's because he's prioritizing getting military units out here. He has gone up to the 4 taxmen. Actually, not even prioritizing production. It's just full economy. So very greedy approach by Voldy. Horse Archers are really hard to catch here, by the way. And also, the scouts are a great meat shield. You can play this like an old school Roost build where your scouts are just there to tank. He is prepping a spearman switch though. Yeah, veterans are coming through. I mean, smart. He's so high on the horse archer count, you have to be a bit paranoid your opponent wants to counter it. The time is going to be perfect because Valdemar is switching to horseman. New Clash comes in. Warrior Monk is just going to run around the back. Doesn't hang around the spearman, luckily. The kite is real here, man. He's just using anything that isn't horse archer to draw attention. Valdemar. Losing a lot of the tempo in the area. Second Warrior Monk comes in. Yeah, this one was just going for the backside. Greedy boy is going to actually not just grab that straight away. Shows a little bit of restraint and respect. Beats this Monk to the punchline. I think his goal now is just to drag it as far away as possible. He might be able to buy enough time for the horse archer to arrive. But in the meantime, his own Warrior Monk needs some protection. Oh, this is going to reconvene. Warlord's going to be there. Valdemar does need to back away. Going to prove a little bit expensive. Are you kidding me right now? Look how far he got with this. This is ridiculous to watch, I swear. Warrior Monks, Dervish, both like this. That's absurdity. Now it's critical that Valdemar wins this fight. Looks like B is going to be able to pull the relic away, so we are looking at a 4-1 relic split in favor of Roos. Oh, that's a kick to the nuts. Yeah, it looks like Valdemar's timing just wasn't there. I mean, you want these horsemen to work so badly, but never had the veterancy wiggled in. One upside, it looks like he is aware he's going to need a farm transition, so he's prepping for that ahead of B. The downside is just the amount of raw gold B's now going to have to party with. I mean, High Trade House, 109 gold, then Deer Gathering, going to get an extra 35 gold per minute off of that. And then the 4 relics, of course. Got a set to me the pain is dull and annoying. That sounds like you got Phantom Bull sitting from the floor. They're still there, buddy. It's just the millions of soldiers that you could have birthed into the world or not. Anyway, I don't know if there's dark or comforting. This can't be feeling comfort right now. Valdemar, feeling the pressure of the horse archers, is going to be a switch into Chuganu. The correct answer to horse archers. But look what B's now doing. Opening the door for men-at-arms spam. A little bit slow, but if you can get in position, pretty effective. Yeah, the Chug, even as feudal units, by the way, are pretty decent against horse archers. They do the same amount of damage. Because it's 12 base versus, well, 12 base across 3 attacks. I wonder, is there a world in which B goes very greedy here? Maybe like 2 TC? He's probably sensing the weakness. Like, where's Valdemar's count? Why would he switch Chug here? If he has food, he could probably keep pumping Lancers to match you. Or at least to kind of give him a front line. Whereas we can see Valdemar's kind of be really cheap on food. I think B knows what's happening. Yeah, because he's had... Ah, there you go. Look at this. He's had a scout waiting here. He's been waiting for the moment where Valdemar goes to the berries, and he hasn't seen it happen. On the gold. Damn, you guys are going deep in the conversation. Not business. I don't appreciate levity. I'm just transparent on these things. I feel like I'm quite an open book. A lot of people feel shame or whatever else for these type of things. I don't think there's a reason. Just like there's no reason to feel shame for getting a bollocking from B. Feels like what's happening here. I mean, Valdemar, even with the Chew, the horse archers just don't give a damn. And look at the warrior monk count. Holy crap. The extra ranged armor is huge here. With the boy's fortitude, there's no hope. Valdemar, army's going to get wiped. And he's just going to call it. GG comes out. 2 on the board. And there seems to be no breaks on the B train. Good lord. Look at this man rolling it. No time being wasted at all. So 2 on the board already. Where does Valdemar trust now? Receding, like, what's his pick on receding? Is it, please tell me it's not the Mongol one. We've seen that be a debate time and time again. Kawasan, dude, this is the weird thing about map 2. Picking regions, like, he's just removed his best civ for Kawasan, right? I guess, do you just take Dry Arabia now? And if so, what's the pick? Byzantines, possibly? I think Valdemar, actually, he might go receding Lancaster. Sorry, not Lancaster, Ottomans. And why did I just quit game? My brain. What's your reaction if your opponent picks Otto there? Jean? No. Probably Malians? I reckon B's saving Malians for receding. And we'll pay the outcome. So B with a win. Dude, I have the weirdest feeling. So I was like sucking on a bunch of what they called like buttermints. I don't know if that's just made my throat really weird today. It is like the most annoying, faint, dry cough lingering there that you can't shake. All right. AoE4 is taking a second, starting up the game now. We'll get into game number 3 momentarily. Let's see what we've got from the boyos. Draft, it's going to be Jean Ottomans. Yeah, this is receding. Has to be, right, with that pick. Definitely makes the most sense of Jean. But quite the curveball to not pull out the Malians here. The boys aren't in game yet. We got Les Seconds. Oui, oui. Can we see how you arrange all your windows and stuff while streaming? I imagine you with 6 windows coordinate everything. Like, will this reveal too much? Probably not. No, it's like, I mean, there's nothing you could, like, leak. So, like, I'm thinking of going back to, like, free monitor setup. Because what I've got is like, I guess I can go with a display cap, right? Yeah. So, I mean, this is my primary, right? My secondary looks like this. So I overlap the multi-streaming chat on top of where normal chat would go. So then I can see notifications for Twitch. And then I have my OBS window, so I can just visibly see like what the outcome is, the output would look like. It's nothing too crazy. And then the other thing I have is a stream deck, which will let me do things like this. So I can go everywhere. Like into Game Free. Oh, it's actually Dry Arabia. Let me mark that in. Oh, wow. That is actually incredibly interesting. Game number 3. And I was expecting a completely different map here. Valdemar takes us to Ottomans on Dry Arabia, where he'll make his last stand. B, on the other hand, pick Jean. Yeah, so now this makes a bit more sense. I thought we were heading to receding, which would have made sense of an Ottoman pick into probably Malians. This could work for Voldy, guys. This is, theoretically anyway, a very good pick against Jean/French because of the scaling into the mid-late game. It just favors you with things like Janissaries. The curious part is going to be the early game. In the early days, this was hell to pay for Jean because one outpost into Fast Castle could give an easy dub to Ottos. But these days, it plays quite a bit differently. Opening play, we are going to be getting the military school out of Valdemar. And B will not be mirroring with a Rax play to go for a deer shove. He's just going straight into a wheelbarrow at the start of the Dark Age. Interesting. So what are the goals here? We're going to use the 2x speed. We've got 40 seconds to catch up on. It's going to be the deer shove. B, anticipating this, would probably go for a deer lane. But the tricky part is when you play Jean, when you play these French civs, it's very food dense, food heavy. And obviously Pro Scouts isn't always guaranteed for free. So He's going to focus on getting as many sheep as possible before trying to stop the deer from being pushed in. And in fairness to him, the military school does not produce quickly in the Dark Age, and one spear deer shove is very difficult. You need usually at least 2. Good luck with my balls. Oh dear. I'm never going to hear the end of this now, am I? Hey, Sharon's Karen, right? Oh man, do you know what the worst part is? I'm one of those people who likes to kind of not cross my legs, but like keep one of my legs up on like the chair or whatnot. And obviously, like, that's not going to work. Not like this. So minimum dresser. I like that people are just waking up to this again. I think we're being led down the wrong path with these Sultani network builds, right? The trade network is a bit of a bait. The problem we were seeing is like trade network sets you up to just be greedy, whereas Madrissa, it offers up greed, but also flexibility. Like getting lots of extra food infinitely is great for attacking just as much as fighting. I like that people come back to Madrissa because had we continued the trade network route, I think we were just inevitably setting Ottomans up to lose more as time went on. Whereas this just feels a lot more reliable. Yeah, I think where maybe the trade network made sense, there was a build that Louis in particular I remember was doing on ladder. It was 2 TC Ottomans. Then it can kind of be justifiable because the second TC secures more food. But when you play 1 TC, it feels so difficult to navigate the game without Madrissa. Even more so when you're up against a civ that you know is going to pin you in and stop you getting goodies. Speaking of set goodies, second spearman has arrived. And I like this. He's now got an organic shove past the gold into the tree line, which is going to hug him all the way down to the landmark. Does need to be a little bit careful with his gold, because that can actually grief you. By the way, I feel like I've been noticing more and more gradual postings about deer shoving. I think it's starting to maybe rub the community a bit more. You know what it is? It's the way it trickles down. I think what you're getting is the casual reaction to deer shove now, which is like low-level players don't really like to react to things. Does that make sense? Like, think about it. Think about yourself. Do you like to be able to play the game you want to play the way you want to play the game? Or do you like it when you're forced to react to the way your opponent's playing the game and counter it? Some people actually find counterplay really rewarding. Because you're basically using your opponent's strategy against them. But for the average gamer, you just want to do what you do. And deer shoving is like, you see it, you have to stop it. Otherwise, your opponent secures an absurd amount of food. Like between the average sheep haul of like, let's say 15, plus the deer, that ends up being, what was it, like 5,500 food? Pretty damn reliable. Wait, has Beastie been complaining on stream a lot about the deer shove? I mean, I don't really catch many of his streams, so I wouldn't have heard him. I assumed it was just the trickle-down effect of actually visually seeing it a lot in games. I mean, we've definitely discussed it here. I don't think we've been overwhelmingly negative. I think our take has been more, I'd like there to be additional options. This is the cool thing about point of interest maps, by the way. It's like deer shove isn't just the inherent choice you make, right? Like on a point of interest map, could be a deer shove, or it could be the merchant camp, or it could be the point of interest like the Forgotten Ruins. We've seen that on Receding, for example. Some players go straight for the deer shove, and some prioritize the ruins. Even a few actually go straight for the merchant camp to the north. I think that's where RTSs are at their pure best. When you open a game up, and even in the first 3 or 4 minutes, you say there are 10 different options which all feel viable. Maybe not 10 exactly, that's quite a lot, but you get the idea. Like the paths open up as you go. Looks like B is going to be skinning the second deer stack. We haven't had a shove-in down here from Valdemar. I think that's in anticipation of the Knight's threat. He just wants castle. Yeah, this is a very greedy Ottoman build. Not often you actually see Ottos go castle this quickly anymore. But understandable against Jean. I think this has become quite popular since the early days of Otto-Jean matchups. Just ignore the age and move beyond. Now, Valdemar, is he blind? I'm not saying it's an insult. Where's this Imam going? Whoa. Okay, that's a pretty long run. Makes sense, though. He's riding blind onto the map because he hasn't produced units. I like this. It's definitely a long tug to get to your goodies. There is a risk your opponent could just be camping the relics with a knight. But in some ways, it does minimize the risk with these limited units. Click that button on YouTube. Yeah, subscribe on YouTube, then subscribe on Twitch. And then share it around. Bring a friend. Maybe your mum. I promise not to flirt with her. Maybe. Depends how nice of a lady. Okay, I won't flirt with her. I promise. All right, so Knight Spam now on the way from B. He did start to add in a few archers. Was that because he was expecting age play? Ah. Yeah, no, it makes sense for B. Think about what he's up against here. I think he's anticipating castle at this stage. And the reason he's going archers is your opponent might try to just switch Janissary to counter knights. Like, if you think about it, like, the most obvious solution for Valdemar's problem here is Janissary spearmen and camping. Well, archers solves all of that. Well, it is going to be a big fat L. The timing on that. Wait, does he get found up here? No, the Imam ran back in time. So Jean went for the ball, the Sipahi found her. But she has at least got the Divine Restoration, so that Sipahi won't win. But this is maybe the rough part of what Valdemar done there. The idea was cool, but the detail that he seemed to just glaze over, forgetting about, was that his opponent's playing pro scouts. So he's already going to have a reason to scout you here. Now, I like the idea. Valdemar's just trying to draw aggro so that he can get the kill with the Sipahi, but it's not going to work. So Jean able to hold her own. First of the Knights is on the way. Crossbows as well from Valdemar. So actually no intent for the Janissaries. And yes, Jean gets XP from Boar. 25 these days, right? It used to be 50. Okay, is it 25 or 50? Oh my god. You know when you don't talk about something so long and it's just become such an organic element that you just kind of forget it, you just know it's good. I'm trying to remember if at one stage it was 75 XP. Am I misremembering? Or was it actually 75 at one stage? Because Wolves used to give XP. I think they were they 10 or 25? No, 25 is way too high. I like that they got rid of the wolf detail. I remember my big complaint at the time is like, you are rewarding RNG in a weird way. At least the boar, it's a strategic element because yes, it spawns in a random place, but in some ways it's kind of predictable, and also you can see it quickly on the map. 50 XP, yes it was, thank you. And wolves must have been like between 10 and 25. It definitely wasn't more. Knight. Ooh, whoa, is he gonna find the other one? Okay, he rears off. I think B is just valuing every knight he has quite highly. He doesn't want to risk Jean. He wants to keep pressure up. That's awkward, Valdemar getting caught like that. One goes down. The crossbow also just sacrificed. Wait, Valdemar, is he not paying attention right now? Okay, so he starts to pull away. Almost loses a second knight. The crossbows are now arriving. He could try to snipe Jean. She's down to half HP. B is going to have to run away. A lot of damage done there. We'll just about get out of range, but it is going to be a sacrifice to the woman at arms. She's going to go down. I guess B's win condition is, what, 20 knights, then scale? But Valdemar's already prepping crossbows, so that should keep B honest towards the archer count here. Learned Ottomans have knights the other day. I mean, they're called lancers, right? But they are... I feel like they're more knightly than lancery. Ottomans have always liked their knights for their fast castle builds. It's just, back when people relied on passive reduction builds, you had to wait to unlock that potential. I think, if anything, we've been seeing people move away from knights at the moment, more to Sipahi builds. As those have been flourishing more and more. You know what doesn't give XP? The first English king? Yes. But actually, that's where it's a little bit baity. There are certain things which spawn for free, which do give XP. So the dervishes from the Ibis do. The desert raiders that spawn there also give it for free. There's been a few other ones as well. Like the first shinobi also, I believe, gives XP. Yeah, English King is a very weird exception. I'd have to double check, but I think the Lord of Lancaster may have also given XP, even the free one. Maybe not. I think it's something attached to Abbey of King specifically that stops it giving XP on the free unit. This is night count now from B. It's interesting. I guess he is just going to keep the pressure up. If you're wondering why hasn't B just taken an age up at this stage, have a little look at the map. You notice something that's a bit off for Valdemar? His gold. Everything's forward spawning. B chose this timing because he realizes although the crossbows and knights are threatening, without gold, they're irrelevant. They can't be built. That's why he's willing to risk it for the biscuit. Jumps on in. The crossbows don't move away. Valdemar actually ends up getting the ships out to return the fight, but he's already exposed that back line. However, B, talk about melting. Was that 8 crossbows? 8 knights rather going down? For a second, I had to double check. I thought that Valdemar had gotten the extensive fortifications with the way that fight went, but no, just a solid hold. And hope now rising for the kid. Yeah, B. I mean, instead of just getting a ram to maybe trying to clean that up more reliably, Hard commits into a mess. Melee Jean is about to approach level 3, though. And I think that's part of the golden plan here. He's trading out resources to get XP. Needs a little bit more in terms of kills, though. Divine Restoration is available. You don't want to pump it like this. 40 XP remaining until that age up, or level up, rather. This would be an easy way. Oh, Sean with the overextension there. So good snipe by Voldy. Removes the pressure. B's probably going to go for the buyback here. It's such a big pass back if you can get this online. Definitely feel like he needs to soon. Like, the constriction effect has failed, right? His opponent got 2 relics home. He has gold access. Valdemar has survived the most uncomfortable point in this game. Now, it's his turn to make B feel not as cozy yet. Yeah, I think Valdemar's in a pretty solid position now, guys. B lost way too many knights on that dive. He's making the right call switching archers, because we can see Valdemar... I think he understood if he just relied on knights, he was never going to reach bulk, so he's going full infantry. But the awkward part about his infantry comp is everything he's building right now is actually countered by archers. Janissary, Springald, Spearmen, Crossbows. Archers is the ideal one unit to deal with all that. The Mangoes is definitely going to be annoying, though. And that might make it a bit simpler. We do have Jean's Riders. Yeah, there's already crossbows showing, right? And Valdemar is actively now adding to that Janissary count. Does he have a break in timing here? I think what Valdemar is trying to do is be close enough to the base that if his opponent goes for an age up, he'll dive him. Scary to do against potential mass knights when you've got siege like this and not much front line, but that's really where Janissary changes the game a lot. Janissary is so good at trading into cavalry, you don't mind throwing away a few of your crossbows or whatnot to keep them up and killing. Here we go. Valdemar senses his timing. Gold gathering on the south side. Only 2k remaining on that vein. So if B wants to tech up, he's going to have to go for it soon instead of just scaling more knights. Otherwise, he might find himself without access to gold whatsoever. Siege engineering is on the way, so Valdemar is going to look to start sieging into the base. He's already anticipating that there's some problems coming. You can see he's gone for the textiles. I like this choice. Some people try to be greedy here and just assume they'll be able to survive. But it only takes a few worker kills when you consider that Valdemar has got military schools coming up, so that's already inflating his economy. Not to mention the relics. Excuse me. I think B could probably keep reinforcements away here. That is the one tricky part about Voldy's positioning. He's like, technically, you shouldn't be allowed to get any more troops on the fort. I remember that this is now scary for Valdemar. Because B still has archers remaining at home. Yeah, cavalry advantage, right? Especially on maps like Dry Arabia, it just feels so fluid, so easy for knights to be kings. Then reinforcements are going to arrive. B, he's looking for the economy. Yeah, thinks twice about it when he sees the spear count. There's not a crazy amount of them, but there's enough to bog you down. If he was castle, I think B would have just committed to that dive. That would have been 10 worker kills potentially. But look at what he's done instead. He is so happy with this. The entire army pulls back. Guildhall now able to be reduced into by B. Nice. Whoa, he actually jumps in on him. Okay. The Janissary's got delayed arriving. So decent little farm of XP. Will find his way away. I mean, the problem here is these are still not veteran spears. So fearful when they just delay long enough for reinforcements to arrive, but we saw they weren't coming in quick enough. Damn. On top of that, archers, I wonder where they were going to be at. They just tried to full on ham dive into the base. Normally you would not play archers like this because of Sipahi. But can you point to me where the Sipahi are? Are they in the room with us right now? They don't exist. Nice. I'm just going to go poke in. So he's just trying to keep options open. I don't think Valdemar's going to try to go fast in. That's not the paranoia for B right now. It's more that over time, your knights can get counterplayed by more crossbows, janissaries, and so on. And passive production is one hell of a drug. Farms now from Valdemar. B hasn't had to resort to that just yet. He's got berries and he's got map control. Yeah, players, I think, overall have gotten so good at manipulating the game with this detail. Used to be we saw people kind of in quite the awkward conundrum where they would just get to this point in the game and say, screw it, build farms. But what we've been seeing, especially at the highest level, is people just optimizing and understanding their timings based on limited resources. Berries might not sound as good as farms, but they're good enough compared to having to make that farm transition. Like, the difference between going farms or gathering free berry batches could easily be an advantage of, 15, 20 units. Good eyeballs. B has gone full length, north and south ball. Something that Valdemar can't do with this Civ. It's not halal. We do have Sipahi now on the way. Wait. He's not happy with 4? He's going to make it the golden 5. Yeah, full rotation round to secure that final relic. Stone has been gradually being gathered by Valdemar. I don't know if this is 2TC as much as just forgetting this guy was gathering from military schools. He might just consider it now that he's there. But before you think about 2TC, you're going to want to get up to probably like 20 farms so you have good economy. And like that. Valdemar, it looks like he intentionally dived for the Sipahi. And just in case arrow fire came in. Imam's going to be walking away, but troopers are on the way to cut him off. Okay, so is this now going to go to Imperial? We've got a guild hall accruing resources, and on top of that, you're looking at an Ottoman player. What is the one thing Ottoman players love to do more than anything else? Yeah, like, it's almost like you get a tickling sensation in your leg or something. Like, ooh, a shaky feeling. I want to go in. I think Valdemar's going to be calculated about it, though. He's probably going to go up to about 175, 180 pop. That's a good timing to trigger him, just because the remaining population will be filled out by the military schools. And by that point, he should be up to probably like 25, 30 farms. If he doesn't get harassed. You guys ever just like get PTSD when you watch people play against night civs? Like, we've all been there, right? We've all had this type of experience where there's things that Valdemar very clearly wants to do in the game. He's not going to get a chance to, though. This is the rhyme or rhythm, right? That's why at low ranks rather, French has historically been called OP a lot. Because, to be honest with you guys, attacking is a very powerful tool in low ranking games. Because of like the pacing and the way that people react. I think also probably one of the weakest skills I've seen at low ranking games is people just don't scout. Vision lacking, you know, counterplay lacking. It just makes sense why Jean French do so well down there. Well, same reason why Order the Dragon does so well. If you look at most build orders for like low ranking Order the Dragon games, it's always just the men at arms, which people struggle to deal with. Wait, what? Alright, looks like we did have a fight over the worker line there. Oh, so Party not doing too bad with that type of trade. And we do now have the 2 TC from Voldy. For B, that guild hall has to be sitting at close to 1,000 now. Yeah, 800 currently. Stockpiling does continue. I was quite the sneak in. I didn't even notice it. I got vision. I mean, I'm a bit hungry is my excuse. Damn. Valdemar's just been trying to dodge this. Like, this is the biggest concern for him is genuinely the Jean factor. If he can just bait towards a direct fight, like 30 crossbows plus the Janissaries, though, should be a good solution. I think this is a bit interesting, actually, that B never went range on in this matchup. Because as we get later in the game, remember, Siege becomes a bigger and bigger problem. And range on is just so good taking that out. Meanwhile, melee Jean, you know, crossbows and Janissaries both counterplay you. Now, walls are up. I think we're approaching the point where Valdemar feels content about trying to just attack. B, with an army this big on his doorstep, might have no choice but to keep the entire force to defend. Now, this is sometimes like the feigned nature of mass knights. You look strong, but you're actually kind of weak. What I mean by that is you don't want a direct fight. You just want to keep your opponent dancing. Let's find out, because B is about to reveal what the hell is that? 13 Spriggles. Are you kidding me right now? 13! No way. Valdemar, he thought this was a good fight. It doesn't feel like it anymore. Mango's getting some good shots in. Knights are going to dive in. It's going to be a freebie. Has to commit to it, so the Spears Janissaries are going to start to counterplay him out, but all siege removed. And now the Springald effect. Look at the way he's lined up. Pen shot through. It's hitting about 5 targets at a time. And then the Knights are able to chow down. Full pound town as Valdemar's entire army gets obliterated. Spring old for the young boy. And he will not be the boy who lives, comes to die. It's simply going to be dead. How do you remass after that? In perfect, traditional B fashion, this guy who believed in Springalds after the change as anti-siege before anyone else. And it's been so long since that change, it's sometimes easy to forget about them. Especially against Jean. Guys, this Civ is secretly so good at siege. Go back in his base and have a look. It's consecration. These Springalds cost less than 200 resources each. He's paying 187.5 resources per Springald. It's like a Gilded Archer. Only better. And now he's come for the juggler. I can't believe this. Valdemar. This has to feel demoralizing. I mean, he played this right from his perspective. He'd done what he needed to. He didn't overreact. He didn't pace himself too fast. He waited until he had an army that the B should have been scared of that many knights. And then in the end, they'll just be beaten by siege as Ottomans, ironically. And look at the commitment. B, it's going to be a red palace. Valdemar is getting a taste of his own medicine. This man's signature move is to keep drop your base. And B looks to say farewell to him with his own coup de grace. Who cares about Jean? She's irrelevant. This landmark is the real hero. He's been doing a good job of just keeping the dive going, but Valdemar just as good of a job of sniping out the Springals. However, there's still too many left. The choke point fight is pinning him down. is pushing him out. He's got a Great Bombard. This is his ploy to try and survive. But that Great Bombard, folks, it's in range of the Red Palace. It's not going to be quick enough, no. And if he just garrisons, it's instantly dead. It's gone. And with it, any hope of a recovery evaporates. That was a wild conclusion to the series. Maybe a 3-0, but it's a 3-0 that delivered. I can't believe that. What a shocking game. I don't even know what to do with that. Like, needs a title. Ending was incredible. I need to think on that one. Oh my god, this dry cough is distracting me so much though, chat. It's ridiculous. Oh, just like that game was ridiculously entertaining. But we have got more games to come. That's right. What do you guys want? Can I dealio you in? Would you like to see Wham versus Myriad or Anatan versus Nubadan? Which one sounds tastier to sink your teeth into? Because we could have either. Because they're both starting at the same time. I think we usually do like a lot of Anatan Nubadan. Be nice to be able to feature some good old Miri. Wham wins, Anatan wins. Wow, look at you with like the deep spread belief that other things can happen. I mean, with logic like that, we should just like not even play the games. I should just like make an executive call. We'll stick Wham and Anno through. Don't write him out. Especially Numadan. He was able to get some interesting wins the last 2 weeks. Myriad does pretty decent as well. So, do we go Wham? We can go Wham. What's up, Valdemar? GG, buddy. That last game was freaking absurd. Commiserations, mate. Oh, it looked like you were playing it so right until you just get the revelation that there's 14 Springolds. I mean, it's just like so hard to scout as well. I'm baffled. Like, I mean, we had full vision and we were like focusing, talking about a lot of things, and it caught me off guard. And I was like, wait, is it 14 Springolds now? How? Where? That man is a monster. Okay, so let's get the draft for Wham and Miri. Oh my god, this dry cough. I don't know how many more series we're going to do today just because of this cough. I'm getting a bit worried about it. I'm like, you know when it's like a super subtle dry cough, you're like, is this going to turn into like a big thing? Am I going to be screwed? All right, so updating details now. Yeah, we'll go for Wham Miri. Yeah, GG's, buddy. Man, I was starting to believe we were going to get a game 4 after that. Okay. So the boyos are getting in lobby now. Look at the draft. Roos getting in there again. I think like, I don't want to say Roos is a more powerful pick than HRE, but it definitely feels like it's been more leveraged at the moment for wins. It's, like we talked about this before. It's almost like with HRE because no one really uses it at the moment. Like no one thinks, oh, I'm going to get it. It just feels like it's going to be an insta-ban. It's almost like getting it is like a disadvantage in a weird way. Sorry, I'm just checking a message behind. I've got something to respond to after stream. We might be getting a hardware sponsor coming in the next week or two. Whoop, whoop. Excited for that. Something new to show off to you guys. Ooh. Let me put the music on for a sec as well. Do I have a milkshake or do I just like tank it out until we're done the series and then go eat? Choices. In terms of draft though, like Myriad's definitely not weak with the double China pick. China Sushi just looks like some of the most reliable picks. So we've got map-wise, Kawasan, Four Lakes, Dry Arabia, Regions, and Receding. Now the interesting thing is with Four Lakes plus Kawasan, I think China gets devalued a bit, but Sushi remains pretty powerful because of the Kawasan pick. For Wham, like what were his focuses there? Is it like Ibids for... I guess it's Ibids for Kawasan, and then Four Lakes can be French, which has looked pretty decent so far. Should probably eat something. I mean, we're going to eat, but we got to do this series first. Otherwise, we get people coming late and go, is it live? And then we say no, and they're like, oh, okay, I believe it. People want the live content because they are dirty gambaholics. That's right, I'm calling you all out. All right, my water pack, it's not even an ice pack anymore. It's like fully melted. I might need to get another ice pack. I don't know if Emma's watching it. I don't know if we actually have a good shaped ice pack. Maybe I'll ask her for the peas. One sec. Oh, there's still some ice in this. Not much. I'll tell you what, like, having one of those ice packs between your legs, like walking around with it, my instant thought is like, I understand how kangaroos feel. Oh, it's actually quite cold still. Oh, nice. I wasn't feeling the cold. I was like, huh? Oh, sorry. Have I not paid out your gamble on the last one? Let me check. No, we did. All right, so do I make a milkshakeroo? I think so. The boys haven't started the game yet. We're waiting a sec. Give me a moment. So I have got my milkshake. I think I'll have a little milkshake. The 350 ones. I mean, I still have like the leftover stuff from when Thingy stopped sponsoring us. I might have I don't have an interesting opportunity to get like some sort of meal replacement sponsor back again. We'll keep an eye on that. Yeah, I think the boys are starting in just a moment. Was it 1.5? I still found this weird. Like when we used to work with PW, their scoops are just weird because a lot of their measurements are like 1.5. And I think I gave them the feedback because it's like very obvious feedback. And I'm like, why don't you just... You know what my feedback was? Why instead of like having a 1.5 scoop metric, why don't you just change the size of your scoop? Right? I was like, has anyone actually given you this feedback? Because it feels very obvious at this point. I don't know if this is a good idea with the dry cough now that I think about it. All right, boys are in. Let's get ready to go. Yo, what is that? I mean, roof's to be expected here. Japan's a little bit different, but I like it. I think Japan has been improving their win rate in this matchup, if I'm not mistaken. Looking a bit better. Oh. Ow. God, sometimes the most uncomfortable thing is like, obviously they put dressing on right after the surgery. But like, I'm a fairly hairy guy. And it's just like, obviously they're going to use tape to stick like the dressing to you. So you know that classic one, like you don't know, like if you have an injury in the arm and you put plasters or like dressing and you move a little bit and you can feel like the plaster move against the... Oh, so annoying. That was rough. I remember when I was in hospital for the broken ankle. That was really awkward. It's like, you know, you get those electric things. I forget what they're called. Like, so they can monitor your stats, right? They can clip to check things, right? They told me to leave them on. And then when I got on the ward, the nurse went, oh, no, you should have taken those off. I'd left them on ages, and I'm quite a hairy individual. So it was like a mini version of the 40-year-old virgin scene. You know the one? It was rough. I didn't help myself, though, because at first, instead of just yanking them off, I tried to slow peel them. I was like, no, 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 no. Welcome, one and all, back to the channel for another interesting series. We've got Myriad up against Wham. That's right, reigning champion Wham, returning to defend his title here in the quarterfinals, up against Myriad. If he wins this, he goes up against Cat, who just got an insane victory 3-0 over the Immaculate DeMu. And Wham is starting off strong, folks. Roos on this map, we've talked about this being a bit like a mini high view, and that's why Roos loves it. The stealth forest is something you can exploit really well because of the high-value hunting cabins, and this is the first time we're seeing someone do this on the opening. Most people stick their hunting cabins on the starting tree line. Not Wham. No, no, no. He's going to wedge that bad boy right in there. Look at that. Okay, that's ridiculous. Anyone else feel like he might just go for the greedy high trade house placement later as well, back here? Damn. I'm a bit surprised he didn't go double hunting cabin like this. It's a good start for him. On the other side, Myriad has gone Japanese. Japan can be pretty impactful here because of the spear spam into deer removal from that by getting them underneath the TC. That, by the way, is why Wham didn't go double hunting cabin on the outskirt. He went one here so he could build a second scout to stop the deer shove. It's actually a really sick read by him. He looks like he's being greedy, but he's being pretty respectful. And I love that even more. He leaves one sheep here so he can club it and then consider building another hunting cabin down the line. It's not just that, though, guys. Think about the placement here. He's intentionally wedged it behind Stealth Forest in a corner where it's very unlikely to ever be scouted. And there's 56 trees in range of this thing. Good lord. So 32 gold, but remember, he's only bounty 0. Tier 1 unlocks at 100. So this will get a lot better. Yeah, for comparison, this is 19 gold. Brave and Myriad to not ban Roost. I can show you what he done instead. It's what everyone's doing right now. Knights, Templar, and HRE gets banned. They actually mirrored and done the Mongols as well. So, yes, Wham got Roost, but in fairness to Myriad, he snatched away the logical picks with the draft format. He got his hands on both China and Shushi. Reminder, we're using a new drafting format. It's no longer the 4-ban system. The way it works now is you ban 3. Sorry, I think it was ban... Was it ban 2 now? My brain... I think it's ban 2, and then you pick 3 each, and then you ban another. So this is the upcoming drafting format that's basically being adopted by almost all tournaments at the moment. What happened here? Plan went a little bit awry. He has still got 3 deer to work with. These ones he hasn't been trying to shove at all. Yeah, because he stopped at 3 spears. If he went 4, he could maybe have made it work. There's a lot of micro. I mean, in theory, Myriad should be capable of that type of micro, guys. Remember, this is a guy that has 600 APM. We won't talk about the meaningful APM, though. I'd rather not. How do you guys predict? Wait, did we not start a prediction? Oops. All right, I'm going to do that now. On the fly, guy. Boop, boop. And I'm starting to wonder in my brain like, what we're going to do next, actually. Someone's asking earlier, like, oh, is KPMM coming back? I'm not sure right now. We'll see. We're a little bit more time. But I guess, like, in some ways, I hadn't even thought about how close we are to the end. We're on week 27. We only have 3 more of these afterwards. It's 30 weeks really gone by that quick. Oh my god, another one. 32. So we've got 32, 33, and 19 from Triple Hunting Cabin. And it doesn't have to stop there. Like, you know, eventually we're going to get the high trade house here, I think. He can easily defend it if you think about it. Like on the back slot, you could wall here, short wall here. It's such a safe area to wedge himself in. Now, you can tell that Wham's been cooking on this map. And the ban pick phase is staggered, but it's like hidden and then revealed in stages. But remember, the banning is not global. You are banning from your opponent. Personally, I'm a much bigger fan of like targeted bans than global bans. I think global bans is a little bit underwhelming and can have unintentional side effects in terms of giving certain players an advantage. This still exists with the targeted bans because like the reason it exists, guys, is like technically the targeted bans, the advantage is the person who bans last, is they can see and maybe adapt. This is something that exists in like any game. You'll always have a first pick, second pick issue. It's almost impossible to create a drafting phase that doesn't enable one over the other. That's why also when it comes to drafting, the first pick priority is given to the higher seeding player. It's meant to be the reward for being higher ranked. So tech up's complete. And we do have pro scouts on the way. Wait, where am I missing a deer stack? I'm squint. Oh, wait, they're over here. I'm an idiot. Yes, they have already been lamed. Oh, look at this. Spear's actually getting some value. He'll burn down the hunting cabin. So despite how well embedded it was, Myriad found it. Yeah, wow, now going with the archers. Should be able to punch this. Myriad is actually going to keep playing the Age. We have Horsemen added in as well for the Japanese. I kind of dig this over just rushing the grid. Like, be honest. People in chat. One's if you would have just rushed Castle now as Japan. Two, if you would have played full melee comp like this. It's a tough choice to make, right? Like, if you're playing the Age, do you really feel like you're playing to your advantage? Instead, it feels like you're just playing to your opponent's tune, blocking the pro scout. There's just so much food to give your opponent otherwise. Especially when you only have 25 economy, you're not going to get there as quickly as you'd think. Did he even get that much deer home? I think he got like 1 or 2 shoved in. There's 3, right? I think there's 4 dead deer in here. I wonder which maps we're going to be seeing actually when we get an update. I'm trying to think, like, how deep in the season are we now? Because they normally do, like, a midway through update, no? I'd love to see them adopt something like this as a default map. I think it is uniquely different to Highview. He's now going castle? Yeah, so he basically went, like, the horseman to protect the spears to try and lame on the pro scouts a bit. And timing is good with this build-up, actually. Like, if you think about the stone generation, he'll be able to get the daimyo to buff himself up further. There's something about 2 horsemen that feels good. There's just so many civs that want a fast castle that only build 2. Good, no. Forces Wham into spears. Oh, it's not a bad place for Wham to be, because when you're against Japan, Mount Samurai, you're going to need the spears to help out a little. But it's really nice for Myriad because it does slow down Wham's tech timing in general. Gives them a bit more breadth. And remember, this is a matchup where both sides like to rush castle into relics. Myriad. Just the norm, right? Yeah, never anything but floating gate, I'm afraid. One of these days, I'm going to take like a holiday, go away for a week, come back. The entire meta is going to be flipped. I'm going to be like, oh yeah, it's going to go floating gate. Oh, whoa, whoa. Buddhists? What's going on in this game? Starting to feel like the Buddhist build was a bait. When we saw it once or twice in tournaments, everyone thought it was going to be the new meta. It hasn't played out that way, but this is ridiculous. He's taking this to an extreme that I haven't seen any other player do yet on this. The hunting cabin crawl. And this is so Wham, by the way. We've seen him on Highview do the exact same thing. I actually think he might be the most dangerous player to give Roost to. And not... Look at this. High trade house. Get your numbers in. Oh my ever-loving jackpot. He also just got tier 2 bounty. So the numbers on all these hunting cabins are now going up. my god. 7 hunting cabins. The gold gen is wild. I mean, what's the plan with all this gold is the only concern I have. There is such a thing as too much gold. Unbelievable. I'm freaking blown away by this. Could you actually just mirror knights into knights? It would feel a little bit weird because Mount Samurai superior. I guess this could make like Mount Samurai. This could make Horse Archer plus Knights affordable. Oh, the tech timing. I guess Myriad's advantage. He can play for his relics, but he needs to be fast about this. He's not stopping. He's still going. I mean, why stop here? Go east as well. There's a huge tree line over here. It's not enough that he's taken the whole cake. He's taken the bakery right now. Unbelievable from Wham. And Myriad is none the wiser, folks. Like, here's the other thing. Even if you capture the abandoned outposts, look at where the vision stops. It's not designed to see that tree line. Oh my god. High trade house. 237! Wham is going to have about 600 gold income a minute with 0 relics and 0 gold gatherers. Just soak that in. Looks like he's going to try to make it some relics as well. Mass spears into the center to defend the 2. We do have a Yuumi reaction by Myriad, which is smart and logical. We've seen this. Yuumi is actually the golden solution to this comp. You just need to make sure you have the count. Now, what's going to be important to help that is going to be a floating gate Yorishiro drop, which just came in. So Myriad has the correct idea here. Has he stopped? I think Wham has slowed down. Like, yeah. it's going to stop at just, you know, a mere 8 hunting cabins. Nothing too crazy. Nice snipe on the warrior monk there by Myriad. A little bit surprised he was able to get that. Spears are going to hang around, but the Yuumi now arriving. Things get a little bit uncomfortable here for Wham. Yeah, he's starting to back up. You don't really want to expel the spearman from your army here. You need something to front line. Otherwise, crossbows will just melt, even to Mount Samurai. Nice snatch. So Wham now getting the second one home. There's an easy third on the flank. So probably looking at a 3-2 split. Actually, Myriad yunks it away. Nicely played. But he's hanging around. Is he? No, the selectable army. Oh, no. That should have been all the way home. So still contested in the center instead. Not even 600 gold needs a buff, right? It's not like he's got another bounty level to unlock or anything, right? Which is always inevitable in Roost games, it feels like. And I think that, by the way, I think that element's fine. That it's inevitable. The reason I think that's fine is it's meant to be checks and balances. That you don't get this much gold until this point. Because at this point, average eco is scaled to an extent where it's not broken. I think it's just the high trade house's number itself that's out of control more than anything else. I mean, I'm fine with this, actually. Like, in a weird way, I'm okay with these hunting cabins being like this. Because the thing is, at least, think about it this way. Wham is at least taking a risk doing this. Compare this to someone like Manners, which stay in your base. Like, that's the thing I actually don't mind about Roost hunting cabins on most maps. I think the devs over time have done a good job of balancing it to not be as big of a pain point as it was. I just think high trade house remains too good. We were talking about this, yes, like not yesterday, the other day. Like, we never see Abbey of Trinity. And the reason isn't that Abbey of Trinity sucks. It's just high trade house is so good. Oh, and looks like we're going to have some religious units having issues the other way this time. Can Myriad win this fight? The count is against him. If you have the same count of Yuumi as crossbow, it's not a fight you're really going to win. Maybe if he fins it. There might be like an attack point here if he just sees an opening, he charges in even into crossbows. Feels like it wouldn't be worth it, though. Just capped at 120 would still be a great landmark. Yeah, because the thing that's really warped about this landmark that is so subtle it kind of gets overlooked is the deer. The deer isn't just like having a Madrissa built into it with the extra food coming in each minute. You're also getting extra gold. Like, that's a 300 gold high trade house. Yumi. Ooh. Tries to bait the fire. An ambitious Shinto jumping in there. The numbers are growing for Wham now. But seriously, guys, like, I mean, well, 300 is high, right? It's 270. It's 237 gold, but every single minute, if you're clearing the deer, you're generating 35 gold as well from the gold gathering on the food. That's where it gets even more bonkers. It's about to get better, folks. So final haul, Wham did have to sell for 2 relics. Myriad's still got the edge there, but he can't feel like he has an edge against these hunting cabins. This is painful. Did he at least Euroshiro drop the TC? He did. So he's going to be scaling a slight villager lead over time. Normally, like, Roost in this position, they either feel that they're far enough ahead to just attack you, or they start to wall up, hunker down, and just go 2 TC. So we did have a sneak out to the ball. Yeah, great read by Myriad. Denies it before the Wind Fortress would go up. That's important. Wind Fortress would definitely last long enough for reinforcements to arrive. Do we have Boy's Fortitude? It's on the way. 15 seconds out. Really important. Boy's Fortitude. It's like a type of deflective armor, if that makes sense. Like, if you think about what deflective is doing, it rebalances the fight so that the extra health means you aren't miles behind the Mount Samurai. Now, unfortunately, deflective armor can regenerate. Regenerating health a lot harder for Roost. You guys ready for this? Because it just hit. Keep an eye on that gold number for the next minute. It's going to update on these buildings. And we're going to probably see Wham going up to about, was it 900? I mean, he's adding 15% on that number. So, yeah. 900 is pretty close. It's more like 850, 870. Sorry, I just had to drop off the cold back. It is now no longer frozen, so it cannot keep me safe. Question is, what's going to keep Myriad safe in this game? Onimusha switch is coming in, but your opponent just has so many crossbows already. 265. There you go. We've hit the 300 mark we talked about. Even these normie ones, 45 gold, 25, 33. 46? 45? Oh my goodness. How nice it must be to play Roost. Myriad, he's trying to actually get the mass conscription going, so we do have the military academy now on the way. Just awkward whenever you find yourself in a game where you can't win with heavy cav, right? Like, this is meant to be the area where Japan is almost uncontested kings. Just doesn't feel like it here. Make matters worse, Wham has so much freedom on the map. He's able to find Yumi unguarded. He always has an easy retreat after this. Love the fact that he brings one Warrior Monk. I think using the Warrior Monks here is always just, it's something easy to forget, especially the way you use select all armies, but just one poke is all it takes for a nice damage buff. Wait, oh, hold on a sec. Wham's out of position. Crossbows are going to try to guard themselves, but this dive needs to pay off for Wham. Yeah, it's dodged out. Gold gathering just the west. He doesn't seem to know about it. All of a sudden, maybe some hope for Myriad here. Much needed as well. So, gets a pretty damn good fight. Evens up the military score. But the Knights are still in Myriad's base. This is the big problem. You have to choose now. Do you go to raid or do you go to defend? Considering up against Roos Wolves, the choice is obvious. He has to come home. Yeah, a little game of duck, duck, goose here as he keeps dodging. But these knights are weaving. We do have small groups. I like that Wham's actually peeled off a few just to go hunting. Fortunately, neither of them know. Oops. Can deer walk through gates? Ooh, that's a good question. I don't think I've ever seen that. I think they can't. I'm pretty sure they can't. That one nicely. They're all legally blind. Well, looks like he got put out of his misery, though. No guide dog for him. Under mission count is actually looking pretty good for me right now. The reason this is important is it's going to be his efficient way of trading out on the back line. Yeah, and also, the thing that usually gets forgotten in this matchup is, like, Onomush are essentially Roost Horse Archers as well. They can do the same thing that Roost Horse Archers are so good at. Thinking we might go the long haul on this one. The walls are going up. I actually really like this detail about this map. It doesn't feel like Alopecia is an easy map to wall, per se. Which I rate highly. I never believe it that walling should be easy. Or if you're going to be able to wall easily, you shouldn't get much for it, right? And this map definitely makes you choose your poison in that regard. Farm count is looking good. Well, I'm up to 17, but credit to Myriad. Like, he's kept pace. He's ahead, 24. And he already has the level 2 TC. So good boosted gathering rate. Much needed here. Wow. He senses the impeding issue of a long feudal. Or long castle, rather. My brain. He's on his way to Imperial. Damn, where did this resource come from? Like, we need to ask. 10 active gold gatherers, and he has 1,400 gold income a minute. Just Roost things. And now that is a little surprising. Spasskaya Tower over High Armory I wasn't really expecting, but I think the concern from Wham is like Myriad done a good job of trading out on that west side, and it's left him a little bit exposed militarily. You can see it by the count. He's not miles ahead here. So doesn't want to risk it for the biscuit. Plays it safe, and in fairness, places it where all of his farms are starting to be built. So just give you kind of a fallback point. It's almost like a poor man's Great Wall Gatehouse. Question now is, does Myriad sense it? Honestly, it doesn't feel like it. Yeah, you can tell by the way he just sprang into action. He wasn't really anticipating that type of timing. And unfortunately, had this been a High Armory, there's a counterplay timing for him here on offer. But being the Spasskaya, he's going to learn the hard way that opportunity doesn't exist. He might be able to save himself from it if he takes the abandoned outpost. I think that would scout it. Wham's going to poke at him. If I'm Wham right now, I'm like, please follow me. Please follow me. It's like Dry Arabian Mountain Clone had a baby. Best of both worlds. Hell yeah. There's actually... Oh, I need to talk to Caillou. There was another map concept. I think I pitched to Bidlin, and he wasn't sure at the time how to generate it. But I love the idea of essentially like this. But you'd have thick tree lines blobbing the outside and stealth forest all the way around them. So you'd have like a full weave in, weave out effect. But maybe Alopecia does close enough to that already. So Myriad, I guess, do you mirror cast the Crow? That can't feel good if you do. Remember, there's no trade post on this map, so yeah. He goes for the greedy choice. Tanagashima and Gunsmith now coming in. I like the fact he's gathering extra stone. That way you can prep you with the Shogunate, or go for a castle drop to keep you safe. That pro-grade MS Paint schematic. I might still have the old one that I sent across to Bidlin. Bidlin clearly just didn't like my map. Was making any excuse not to make it. Wham's got a hell of a timing here, folks. Look at the techs. Elite's in, and Biology's on the way. I mean, Myriad has done a good job of catching up on the age up, but this might be the killing blow. Look at the army. He has no front line. Only 12 mounted samurai. Meaning Wham has an overwhelm opportunity here. He actually dives in for the floating gate. Which is a curious choice, actually. I mean, I don't think you really rush a landmark victor in this situation. He's going to go in for the dive, though. And look at the Onimusha. They're not moving. Mount Samurai trying to hold on. He needs to protect the farm somehow, but the numbers are just overwhelmingly against him. Wham! No surprise, with the way that he just opened up his own bank of roost on Alopecia, will be able to full-on financially roll his way to a victory in Game 1. Yup, nothing to see here. Just gold income that rivals Switzerland. Ooh. Blimey. Dude, what is this cough? Alright, so G1. A whimsical win. What are we getting for the second? Let's have a look. I think the use of inaccessible mountains and lakes is a great trick to minimize the size of the map. Agreed. And I wish it was like done more. Like, there's some cool ways you can do it. I still like the idea of one where you technically start really close together, but there's a wooden tree line between you. Like, Woodwall doesn't really cut it. Because Woodwall's very big, actually. See, people think that Woodwall's fast, but ever since they fixed the chop through, the fast chop through, Woodwall is actually like a bigger map than you think. Because you can't rush your opponent. They're so far away. Right? So, like, that's why I think we don't see Woodwall in competitive anymore, by the way. It's literally become a macro map. And that wasn't the real intent when it was designed. In fact, maybe I can find that map that I sent to Biddlin. Let me double check a sec. I don't know, like, I kind of want to do all the quarterfinals, but I am a little bit reluctant as this day goes on because of this really weird feeling in my throat. So we'll see how it goes by the end of the series. But it might be that we just don't cast one of the series, which would be Anatan Numida. Wait, why did I put Anatan for instead of B? Anatan Numida. I just realized I completely scuffed updating that. So we'll look to fix that in a second. My brain, I just typed it in the wrong area entirely. Wonder why Socotra and mountain clearing are unpopular. I think you can design in a way that, like, you can have the maps be smaller and not just be about, like, siege, in my opinion. Conceptually, one of the big things about Socotra and mountain clearing is, like, the way that resources are allocated is you have to fight for it in a very non-optional way. It's like for Socotra, it's that central tree line is huge. And for mountain clearing, it's the central sacred site and bore that causes the issue. Do we have a lobby made yet? I think it's doing that buggy thing where it doesn't show up. Oh, yeah, I'm starting to feel a bit weird. It might just be the lack of food. Like, maybe there's a world in which we'd, like, go eat, come back, and do the final one. We'll see. Even my head's a bit weird, actually. Give me a sec. I'm going to open the door. Because that's probably not helping either. God, I just feel it stuck in my throat, man. You guys are like, go eat. But if I'm out here, I'm able to avoid Freya, who would like to jump on me. So, in a way, we smart. Oh my god, dude, that's not healthy. What the hell? I hope this isn't gonna be one of those lozenger situations. I didn't realize this when I was last ill and had to have loads of lozenges, but apparently they screw your taste buds. You guys know that? One of the medications in them, because it's numbing your throat technically, which means it's numbing your taste buds. My brain just didn't process it at the time. Okay. If only there was something you could do to not have to worry about ads mid-game. I don't know what that would be. Who won last game? A win for Wham. Let me update for this one. So, game 2, we're going to regions. Byzantines versus Chinese. God, yeah, we might have to call this the last one. It just feels like the stuffiness is getting worse. Sorry about that, guys. So probably no cast of Anno Numadon. And then I think we should be setting up so that both semifinals happen on first day, like normal. And then I also still have loads of work to do tonight behind the scenes. Brand type stuff. And then also I need to organize and figure out if Anatan and someone else are available for the show match on Friday, because I totally haven't got around to that yet. Yeah, my brain was kind of focused the last 24 hours on getting balls lasered. Couldn't imagine why. You care about my health over casting? No, you don't. You need more hours. This is like the unhealthy dynamic of being a content creator I've talked about. It's even worse with streaming versus YouTube. What I mean by that is if you're editing content, yeah, there's a priority to get things done, but oh, okay, I need to go lay down for an hour or whatever. With streaming, you're okay, I've only been live this long today. Okay, we should be putting in this many hours. It's crazy. It's a very different dynamic. Well, what is up, Marv? There's my boy, my legend. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the 5 gifted subs. You absolute ledge. Hope you're having a good day, bud. Oh, wait, why did the notification stop? Okay, it's so weird when you've seen transition with gifted. Yeah, thank you, Marv. Appreciate it as always. Remember, guys, once you're done with a month of that free sub, why not renew it yourself instead of relying on Marv to carry you through? Gotta dodge this ad somehow. It actually worked on him okay. Oh my god. Bless Marv. What a legend. Thanks, mate. And here we go. Game number 2 between Myriad and Wham. One and all, welcome back to the channel for a Chinese-Byzantine showdown. This is an interesting matchup. I've actually quite enjoyed Byzantines on regions recently, guys. You know, see if it doesn't just play for the pro scouts. Instead, we get these wacky games where sometimes they hunker down for the grand defensive olive grove, or sometimes they just have to get their hands on those sweet, sweet, delicious berry batches. Myriad already trailing. And game 1, I mean, he didn't throw out his strongest civ. We actually saw Japanese coming up against Wham's Rus. This time around, it feels like Myriad has put his stronger foot forward with China versus Biz. At least in terms of draft. The weird thing about this matchup, though, is it's not necessarily just China takes the dub anymore. Or rather, takes the L. It used to be that Byzantines was quite the rollover. Back when we had, Coastal Cliffs, first arriving in a lot of tournaments, people discovered quickly, Biz can match up into China with very good aggressive timings. But times are changing. I think China's become more rounded civ in terms of the applicability in Feudal Age since then. But then also, some of the builds kind of changed in that because China revolves less around spear nested bees, because you guys remember a year and a half ago, that's all they ever done. The Byzantines, in a way, kind of got devalued compared to what they were before. And the predictions would suggest so... not. My brain today. That I'm wrong. Apparently, people, 78% think that Wham's going to win this. I mean, I think that's onus on the name, though, right? And the Myriad won't mind us saying he's definitely been on the rise. He's improving his player, but Wham is still favored here for sure. For good reason. If you guys didn't tune into the last KPMM, which why didn't you? This should be your perfect place to be if you like AoE for Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. Wham is our current reigning champion. Yeah, I was able to take out Anatan 4-2 in the grand finals we had. Pretty damn impressive display. And a return of Canadian dominance in the Mini-Meat Masters. Something that had actually been lacking since 2024 when his brother Puppy Paw was on a decent winning streak. Now, I do believe, actually, if I'm not mistaken on my maths, nobody can topple B's record. B is the uncontested king of midweek muster for number of wins. There is, I think, a small exception. Let me double check the count. Anno has 4. B has got 8. So if Anatan wins all the remaining, he actually could. He could mirror it. He could draw it. Poppy Paw is the other interesting one. He won 5, but has not been playing. Had he signed up this week, he would have had a chance to like cinch it all himself. Yeah, other ones like Beastie won't be able to do it. Marine Law won't be able to do it. Vortex, etc. Helping B pay his mortgage. Yeah, I've been saying this, man. I was like, I mean, if I ever meet him and his family, he better, like, his kids better call me uncle. I'm putting him through college. Okay, so Grand Winery complete. Looking at this spawn, gold just does this a lot. It's very rare to get back spawning golds. Like, this is usually the closest you see. Is there anything noteworthy about the spawns that's exploitable? Wham got that kind of annoying spawn. There's an inorganic feel to the way berries spawn when this happens, where you have to move left for them and then move back right if you want to go for the play onto the corner. So instead, like with these spawns, usually I feel like we see Byzantine players not go for the greed on the east, and instead they start building olive groves. Myriad, pro scouts as expected, so nothing out of the norm here. Can you call me Uncle KP? I mean, that depends. Did you get me a present? My birthday last month. Did you buy me something? Actually, in fairness, you subbed. I guess it counts. You know what would have been the brutal one? If I just gone, sure, why not? You can't disappoint me more than my nephews and nieces. Whoa! So we have got the Mechanicum from Wham. The idea with this, by the way, you can actually shove in this deer stack, which is pretty solid, and then bring the spears over the left side to block the additional. I'm a little bit surprised, actually, that Wham didn't try to get these deer a bit closer to his home. They're super tight, and Myriad is already snatching them from under his nose. Does Wham not realize? He's walking linear to him. Parallel, rather. It's going to be revealed now. So now he knows what's up. It looks like the spears are going to move across to try and just mess with the rest of the deer. The good news about this for Wham is it gives him time to try and block the closer deer. The bad news is you're running into the next counterplay, which is archers. Limitane are at least going to get upgraded. We do have the olive oil count if Wham wants to commit into a contract choice. Western seems fairly probable here, and yeah, there's your confirmation. The reason Western's nice is this archer play by Myriad. China's really good at aggroing into Byzantines with this type of build. So having the Lombos is really solid defensively. Just kind of better than Javelins, actually. The idea is when you're hugging the TC, your opponent doesn't want to dive you anyway, so Lombos having extra range feels more valuable. It's also nice because it can set you up for Horseman play. You go like Longbow, Limitani, Horseman. A comp that typically feels better, in my opinion, like Javelin, Horseman, Limitani. Okay, we'll switch over the income by minute. And we do have the system scaling upwards. Did he go for... Was it 2 on stone? Yo. 7 minutes in, and we're going to have, well, it'll be 8 when he's completed. It's going to be level 5 system. Played this really well. It's just... It feels so organic to do with the Byzantines. Keeps you competitive with a pretty eco-aggressive civ like China as well. And Lombo reveal comes in, so Myriad has to slow down. He just doesn't have the count to commit into this. You could try to trade out the Lombos, but it doesn't mean Limitano will be able to take you down. Oh, Wham! Tries to get away, doesn't quite work. The timing on pulling back there did allow the Limitano to get in range, but now he's hanging around with the Lombos too long. So Myriad, I think he's quite happy with that exchange. Cost him a few archers. Ends up being like, what, 4 for 2 Lombos? Sounds like a terrible exchange until you remember that like Lombo scaling is very much limited. You can't rush it like you can rush archers. And while he's rushed the archers, Myriad is also now rushing the age up. Yeah, so seems to contend with what he's forced. Gets a little bit of a trade out. Forces an outpost commitment. Idles on the gold to make sure Wham can't rush an age up as well. And Wham is also going to spend a little bit longer than Feudal Age, considering we now do have the Olive Groves on the way. I guess you open Lancers here, Myriad. Oh, Palace Guard. I don't know if you really want to do it into Lombos is the problem. The idea of Lancers is it just keeps your opponent pinned, and then you can focus on relics, which is a big advantage in this matchup. Byzantines love those relics because it lets that Lombo pump bloat because of the Grand Winery effect. Prize money in BTC. I'll pass. Dude, I just can't be asked to figure out crypto Web3 constantly. My favorite thing is whenever I talk to someone who's in that space and ask them to explain it to me and like how you make money on those things, they're so cryptic. I guess that's why they call it crypto. I mean, I get it, like protecting the secrets that work, but like, at the same time, I think it was summarized perfectly when I, excuse me, someone was talking to me about like a Web3 op. I was like, okay, how are they going to pay? He's like, don't worry, KP. I've already told them you want to be paid in real money. Oh, no. Guys, the coughing I'm feeling elsewhere. Talking about crypto is like speaking another language. I think the thing that really done it to me and made it baffling was I was at an event in London and I was talking to this guy, and this other guy just came over and he kind of played the like, don't worry, I know I'm the devil type thing about him being involved in crypto and NFT. And he tried to, like, you know how they start off there where, like, it's actually a smart, like, strategic sales. When you know that there's a lot of polarizing opinions about the thing that you're, like, shilling, you start from a position of, I get that I'm the enemy. And then you try to make yourself relatable. And one of the routes he went down, he gave examples where, like, brands like Adidas, etc., had bought what their logos looked like in the Web3 space. And I was like, yeah, but why'd they do that? And I got the answer out of him. It's like, so that other people can't buy it. I was like, so got it. So the reason why people should invest in Web3 is so that they don't lose their brand? I was like, this is not a new concept, guys. This exact thing existed with websites. No, it's not even FOMO. It's not even FOMO. It's different. Think about it this way. If you're a big brand and someone like uses your brand image on a platform, they can devalue your company. Right? Like imagine you buy the rights and the domain to X big brand and then you go and post a swastika. You see now, right? It's like patent trolling and website trolling. It's no different. Okay, I remember there's an example of this where Activision went to sue someone because they bought like CallOfDuty.com or something. And the person was trying to hold it hostage for like $100,000. Anyway, we do have the tech ups coming in. It was an interesting one. He actually went for the Imperial Palace. He doesn't want the option to go Nesta Bees, which is interesting against mass Lombos. However, the timing could be good here. Veterancy contract is not there yet for Wham. No, so Archer's going for the trade. And look at this, he goes straight for the back line. Which is kind of crazy with Cataphracts wailing on you. A slightly over-ambitious dive does force a retreat. Now the Cataphract's able to body block on that exit. Myriad, he has now got the PG arriving. Crossbow's getting queued up behind this, but did he really do anything with this dive? I mean, I get the urgency. He wants to punish his opponent for aging up, but It felt like that was a sum-zero gain type game. I'm trying to actually, like, if I was to rate most defensive civs in the game, I mean, it comes down to timing, right? Like, certain civs are better defensively at certain stages. But in the mid game, I feel like Biz, with the way they scale at the moment, they're a solid, like, top 3, maybe top 4, if you had to devalue them a tiny bit, in defensive play. They play this style really well because it almost puts an urgency on you to do something to them to punish them for it. Because of the systems. The systems is the grand difference compared to, like, the old Biz builds. And they had to lean this way because they took a hit to their initial merc timings. But, like, at this stage, remember, like, Wham has almost an extra 10 workers in his economy via gathering rate. Where's Myriad's song? Didn't go for it. He valued the timing in castle higher, which does make sense. Usually you go song when you think you can be attacked. And as we saw, Wham had no intent of coming out the base, especially after Myriad opened with those 10 archers. Maybe a drop and run moment. Looks like Wham tries to dodge the issue, but we'll get countered at the end. All attempts on the flanks are going to fail. Both players are rushing towards those relics on the wide. Wham posturing himself pretty deep on the map currently, but we've got Cataphracts now rotating around the back. Not unseen, though. I don't think Wham scouted the Imperial Palace, but you see the value of this play. Did he expect Cataphracts? I guess it makes sense. Like, you think that China's really good for Clock Tower in this matchup with Nesta Beast, etc. And we used to say that Byzantines could, like, annihilate them. The funny part is the way they annihilate them for different reasons. Nowadays, the reason why they can annihilate Nesta Beast spears is because Cataphracts. A little bit more awkward because, yes, there is a lot of spears in the way, but the Lombos clear it. So I think that's why he didn't care for the siege. Maybe just anticipated he was going to get into a bit of a cav issue. Another thing I'm kind of worried about for Myriad is he hasn't got the uncomfortable phase yet. It's coming. Like, Wham, yes, he's not full farms yet, but he's gradually doing this while contesting. Has a smaller military force, but the PG, compared to the Cataphracts, doesn't seem like a fair fight. And Longbow target fire there. Wham just trying to eradicate the crossbow counter. He's going to find himself outnumbered here, so has to start retreating. Myriad, all of a sudden, what was a 10 military lead, now up to 20. Insane timing in that fight, actually. And now the Longbows in the retreat are going to slow down your exit. So Myriad able to now gap close. Things looking good at a point where Myriad needed it to. Relics are also going to be caught, trying to be brought back. Archers can snipe that out. No wall there. Dive, getting ready to reach underneath the TC. Wham. No mango in place. Remember, he's already upgraded the towers. He does not have walls on the west side, only the east. Catters. Maybe an opportunity to go straight for the crossbows, but doesn't actually actively jump them. Instead, he tries to protect the Lombos, so tramples through to get in their way. LB count is getting cold, but it feels like it's trading at an even pacing with the crossbows, which is really good for Wham. Remember, although the military numbers favor Myriad, that's cross-map. And that's what a lot of them are doing right now. They're running across map to get here. So, solid hold. Wham, able to defend his base. Myriad even losing 1 or 2 workers on the other side as a Cataphract got in. And Relic's situation is actually pretty good considering what Wham just had happened to him. He's got 2 Relics right next to his base. And Myriad's now trickling troops against the massive Cataphracts. Great intercept. Target fires down the Expos where he finds them. Lombo follow-up will get rid of the rest. And Myriad is almost out of food. He's got a few more deer coming home. But he's struggling to keep pace. And this is where it gets worrisome, folks. This is just the organic nature of Byzantines with these olive groves. You know Myriad is going to have to just drop 30 farms at once. And that's going to put a huge dent in his reblood. Now, if Wham is quick at anticipating that timing, he could just shut it down before it really begins to flourish. The one key thing is Wham needs to see what's happening right now. I wouldn't be surprised if he sends 1 or 2 guys off to the east side just because of the potential risk of your opponent playing berries. There is a fair point to Wham just assuming his opponent won't go to the berries on the east, the boar as well, because of the cataphracts. And looks like we have the poor man's castle. All right, not often seen, we've got a Barbican onto the 8k vein in the center. And the timing is ill fortuitous. Myriad! No! The trample isn't going to be there, luckily for him. The body block would have massacred all the workers. So compelled, brazen, Wham! Beat him to the punchline. He gets his poor man's stronghold here with the Mangonel placement. And pushes Myriad away. And this is a little bit concerning. Myriad has a lot of gold to work with, but remember, the be-all, end-all quite often on regions are these gold veins. Wham now knows that Myriad wants them. He has at least got backup golds. He actually hasn't even exhausted the starting one, which is, I mean, quite impressive for a guy who's been scaling crossbow palace guard. Interesting comp from Wham. I mean, you just don't, like, I don't think you think Kata that often. The fact that he stuck to it, even though Myriad doesn't have siege. But it's smart in a way. Like, Wham is winning fights with it, and it now means your opponent can't go siege. The whole intent of the cataphracts is to protect the Lombo. I really like this unit as well. Ever since its inception, I love the idea of trample because I think someone that was a bit misunderstood about cataphracts by the communities, when it came out, like, everyone wanted this to just be a Giga Knight. And in a way it is, but it's so expensive for what it is. I always envision cataphracts' best role to be more of a support. They're siege snipers. Now, this didn't really show itself in the older metas because in the older metas you had spring wolves, so why would I choose this instead? Just anti-siege properly. But nowadays, I think it's kind of changed, right? Like, people are actually appreciating them a lot more than I think they historically did. So, who benefits the most from a full slowdown? I think Wham. Look at the macro. Does he Imperial straight up? I mean, Lombo's Eliteed would kill everything. And the other thing is his farms. Look at it. Like, this is the thing. If enough time drags out, sure, you can talk about Myriad and his granaries, but look at what he's trying to do against cataphracts. He's trying to play that flank berry patch. Knowing this, Wham's going to go to punish it. The other scary part is with level 5 system, remember, elite techs will come in about 24 seconds. The veterancy contract or elite contract is even faster, remember. So it's only going to take about 10 seconds to get elite lombos. This is the win and play. It's a solid read by Wham. Foreign engineering company now coming. And remember, it's not just going to be the elite. It's the fact that these guys will also get volley. This first fight is going to be a living hell for Myriad. He has got Nesta Bees coming, but like, think about it this way. How do you protect Nesta Bees against these cataphracts? Normally, you'd have Spearmen, but you don't want Spearmen against Lombos, which means you have no unit to brace, so the siege will get reached. If I'm Wham, I'm more than happy to throw 12 cataphract away to let my Lombos win a fight. Because it's an emphatic victory with these techs coming in. He does scout it. Okay, so Myriad knows what's happening. Can he actually tech himself? I think he had the same idea, just different timings. It's so tricky to mirror this tech because of the lack of food access. It's feeling the burn. I mean, the 2 TC was crazy, actually. I just noticed this Myriad. Now you have to feel like you're 3 steps behind. No farms. 2 TC when your opponent goes up on age, and obviously imp against you. Look at the speed of this. Elite contract. Okay, so he actually doesn't Dialecticus it. I said it's 10 seconds, right? I think it's actually like 24. Actually, a veterancy on Horseman. An elite tech for cataphracts is a priority. And he did just Dialecticus. So there we go. Elite contract about to complete. Here's the other kind of depressing part for Myriad. All those Nesta Bees, you didn't clock tower. So even if the cataphracts don't get in, there's going to be raw cannons next. And he queued up first. I'm not sure what Myriad's plan is now. He can out micro, right? Like that's what it's gonna have to be. I think you can use your base as a shield. Because cataphracts need direct line of sight to trample. Otherwise, they just plop into buildings and stop. So, like, hiding behind these racks is probably the best move for Myriad to make. The issue is the food. His access just flatlined, and that means he has to rush the granary transition. Wait, who's stealing whose name? What did I miss here in my chat? Rogan? Oh, the longbows are going to start to tease. First cannon just arrived. Now, I talked about that nested beast strategy. It's solid until cannons arrive. Then the buildings just get deleted. We have got Cataphract sneaking the bet. And Myriad is nowhere near ready to go Imperial still. So losses being accrued. Cataphracts. 105 HP each. I mean, I don't know how you actually stop them killing nested bees. I talked about like trading 12 out to get a kill. Feels like by the time the nested bees go down, Myriad will be lucky to have killed like 5 cataphracts. Gonna have to make the stand soon. It's gonna be a shift towards the tree line. Wham is just surgically going landmark to landmark. For good reason. There's not that many to target down here. Nested bees will get a good scatter shot. Royal cannon starting to reach. We do have the volley activated. Yeah, so he just goes for the full fire, and the incendiary arrows does arrive. Perfectly timed there. I thought these were meant to counter longbows. Apparently not in this game. They're gone. And the one hope that Myriad had of holding dies with it. Cataphracts now just barrel in. Body block any type of retreat. A full wipe. And a big risk of now 3-0 intruding upon Myriad's day as Wham extends the lead. Good lordy. Wait, is there 2 okays? Did I miss something here? 2 people who refused to subscribe to my channel themselves? Oh my god, he didn't get the gifted sub? Oh, wait, what? Oh yeah, because you've got like double space and there's a okay with 1 space. Who is... never been seen on this channel, I don't think. Oh, dude. That's so good. That is so good. Wait. Like, I'm loving this? Dog, you haven't even considered the other sinister side. What makes you think this was accidental by Marv? Like... what part of this do you think was it? Like, Marv's a clever lad. You don't think he done this on purpose? like, I'd do it in this way. I'd be like, oh, no, I'm so sorry. Oh, no. Oh, no. I don't know. It was such an accident. I didn't mean to take a crap on your car windscreen. How'd that happen? As we pigeons like to say. It was totally an accident. I didn't mean to. Oh, dear. Alright, so G3 is going to be Tri-Arabian. Wait, he has Kawasan still, right? Yeah, and he didn't pick Shushi. That's quite surprising. I guess he's got, like, Abba as a backup option there, maybe. But let's mark this in. So we're going to have Shushi versus House of Lancaster. On Tri-Arabia. Oh my god. Wait, I can have painkillers now. Yes, it's been 6 hours, I think. It's not nice when you cough and you feel a pain somewhere else, is all I'm going to say. I don't like how this is starting to feel. I'm getting, you know, when like I was like, oh, okay, I'm feeling okay. And now I'm starting to feel a bit paranoid. Good old paracetamol. carry me through, please. Yikes. Why are you flaming Marv? Poor guy. I mean, like, we won't just, like, this, we won't dive into whether he's clever or not. I mean, he could invest all this money in a 401k, but he spends it on me. We don't care about whether it's smart, so we just appreciate it. Marv is the man. I think he's mate, he's got, like, #1 spot on gifted subs now, I'm pretty sure as well. By a mile. I think it's him, and then I think Faplop's, like, 120. Marv ain't always able to make the streams. When he does, it just, like, you know he's there, because it just turns into an immediate freaking 5 gifties. Without a doubt. Getting addicted to painkillers? Oh, no. He's doing painkillers. The funny thing is, I often just don't, like, resort to medication as much as possible. And that, like, that comes from, like, some deeply rooted stuff. Like, I've seen within family members what addiction can do. And I don't. Yeah, I go out of my way to basically avoid medication for that reason. Anyway, let's move beyond the depressing picture being painted and get ready for what might be the last game of the stream. Because I think I should probably rest after this. I mean, we've been live for what? By the end of this, it's going to probably be close to 5 hours. After we just had surgery. Yeah. You know, I'm happy with that. Like, a 5-hour stream after just having surgery is pretty impressive. Let's see if maybe it can be up to a 6-hour stream. Because although Wham has the lead, this is not over yet. We head into Dry Arabia for game number 3 of this quarterfinals between Myriad and Wham. Wham with the House of Lancaster up against Miri's Shushi. And it is going to be the Dark Age beginning for Lancaster. Yeah, players are loving this right now. It's so weird as well. If you had to list civs that don't have an advantage to Dark Age rushing, I think most people would, and in fairness to them, you can see why, say, well, Lancaster doesn't make sense. But then you just remember a very small but important detail. They have 20% better gathering rate on food at the start of the game. That's what it is. It's the sheep. The sheep enables this quite nicely. Yeah, nice potent play. So there's going to be 2 spearmen. So he's going to try to idle a little bit out on the gold. I think this is also to deny Myriad from getting a looser meditation garden. I don't think there's any that's like that crazy. I find Dry Arabia is fairly tame these days. Maybe he would have tried to place it here for the stone as well, but you can just block him here. So likely Myriad's going to have to settle for... Oh, God, that's going to feel horrible. Maybe here, the food and the wood. There's going to be shivs out from Miri. Wham's doing a good job of actually just spreading the damage. I like this. Sometimes people just go gung-ho on one villager and it becomes obvious. It's so much more annoying to play against when it's 2 villagers being harassed. He's like, do I pull them both back early? Which one is he targeting? Whereas normally, when you see someone target one villager down to like 10 HP, that one just gets dragged all the way in, and all of a sudden you've got spears double diving on a TC. Wham not done yet. I guess he's going for a deer shove. Oh, no, Wham. No. Look at the deer spawn, man. They both spawned to west side. He doesn't even realize it. He's looking for them now. Yo, what is up, FaZe? I see you, the Prime sub. Appreciate you, mate. Remember, guys, start of the month. The Prime subs do not renew on their own. So make sure you do it manually each and every month. Make it like a habit, a pattern. As a chore I appreciate. Now, the good news, at least for Wham, is that Myriad might think the exact same way of like, oh, yeah, I've lamed the deer here. The next one's on the east side. That means that Wham potentially can find this and get the pushback. Oh, Myriad does see it. Might prove a bit tricky. I actually like that Wham didn't build double spear at home. That's very assumptive. He still had these 2 spears that can come back for a deer shove. And if he'd gone for an extra spear, it would have been kind of wasted the way that played. So Myriad does go in for the repair. This tells you a lot about what's happening. Wham hasn't convinced Myriad to not pro scouts. He wants to keep this mining camp alive for a reason, and the most obvious one is PS. Because otherwise, if it was like something a little bit less greedy, I mean, you do have taxation to pad you in the meantime. Wham, I believe we are just getting the standard form agreed. A good old relaxing Lancaster castle build. And, yes, thank you. I almost forgot about Gamba. Ooh, Chuganu now. Wow, okay. Against Lancaster? Yeah, I theory crafted this matchup when Lancaster first released, and Chuganu feels like it's going to be really hard against Lancaster because of Yeoman. The timing is not too bad because Yeoman usually isn't the immediate prerogative of Lancaster, it's just too expensive. But I'm hoping this isn't like a hard commitment from Myriad because it can be hard to justify. And I guess you could kind of clown car and ram, but ever since the nerf to clown carring, that strategy, very cheesy, kind of fell off in popularity. Good reason. Myriad is going to shift across on the gold, so you can tell it's priority now into Pro Scouts. Already has the wood to drop into the stables. Wham, already has what he needs to double drop a mana. Okay, I don't know what's more scary to do right now, sneezing or coughing. Chat, I'm like freaking out at the moment. I'm paranoid. Okay, the worst part still is like, I kind of want to go lay down, but at the same time, I know when this stream is complete, I've got a bunch of work to do as well. It's never simple, is it? A sneeze feels way more dangerous. Dude, I'm like, is something gonna fall out? I mean, the weird part is the sneeze didn't hurt. The coughs actually hurt. If you guys, like, if someone's just tuned in, like, more recently and hasn't looked at the stream title, they have no clue what we're on about. We've lasered part of our body, and it ain't a rise. I am a little bit, now that I think about it, I am a little bit disappointed by the vasectomy operation. And here's why. It would have been, like, if I had that job, I tried to mess, but also get chuckles out of people to relieve the pressure. I would have genuinely bought a welding mask. So, like, when... Could you imagine laying there, you're like, oh boy, is this going to hurt a lot? And then you just see the doctor turn around with a welding mask and just slam it down over his face. Oh, God. Alright, so Chick from Myriad now arriving. He is dragging the deer all the way across map. I guess at this stage, like, he's fully devalued Wham's play. Because when you play into the mana spam like this, you don't want to be now investing to try and deal with, like, the deer pullback, right? So Myriad has the potential to get every single deer back on the map. Did I get spade? I mean, spade is an interesting way to refer to it. Yes, I did. I don't know why. I mean, like, we stream over 100 hours a month. I have to handle all these influences. We do all the behind the scenes. I haven't got time for sex. Kind of pointless. The smell of the cauterization? I've already semi-forgotten the smell of it is the weird part. And the moment I was like, oh yeah, that's kind of weird. I don't, like, also, I don't think they have, like, a forced ventilation. Like, I just want to say they almost should have a forced ventilation shaft. Like, do you really want the patient smelling that? Oh yeah, that's just me cooking. I kind of get an insight into what it must be like to be a cannibal. When they cook the meat, this is what it smells like. Alright, so Master Nobles is coming. Did Wham time this right? Yo, yeah, he did. I mean, it's so... Wait. Did he? No. Oh, no. I mean, it's one night. The thing that just feels so painful is the fact that he... Was it 5 workers I think he brought across for that? That's where it feels a bit painful. Shallow Monastery is coming in on the other side, by the way. So tech up on the way. Wow, really nice thing here actually playing as House of Lancaster. King's College. King's College is good in most games, but where it feels really solid here is you're probably expecting Shushi to open Lancers. If you go King's College into Colavesses, you can counterplay Lancers. Myriad. He's going to get chased down the flank, so those little boys are gone. Oh, so let me deal with the inappropriate comment elsewhere. Put user in timeout. Oh, that's handy. Myriad's actually taking the bait, by the way. So Lance at the beginning, he does at least have the Shallow Monk timing coming. Relic Dispersion, as expected with Dry Ray, be pretty even. The annoying thing is, like, you want to be doing aggressive things for your first Lancers, but you're probably going to get forced to react to this. Which I think is, in some ways, kind of okay, a little bit annoying. Like, that many manas, you don't really want to dive with just one Lancer, right? Dive in, though. The dive that is worth it. Look at this. Wham. Good micro. Gets himself a double kill. And wait, the taxman... Oh, my God. If he'd realized there... So remember, the difference between China and Shushi is the value you put on an Imperial official's life. Like, losing an Imperial official with Shushi is so painful. With China, you don't care. Because you replace him out of the academy. It's like it's going to be a burn down. Hangs around for the extra kill. The taxman... Wait, why is he fording with a... What's going on? Oh, my God. Well, the outpost should survive this. Wham is so fixated on that one worker kill. So he'll back away now, but he bought all the necessary time. We talked about like this Demi-Lancer raid forcing a reaction. It done exactly that. Look at where Myriad is on the map. The only thing out of his base is the Shallow Monk. And wait, where is the Shallow Monk going? Wait, what? He actually... Oh no, dude, he doesn't see his own relic in the corner. Alright, this guy's a little... He's like, oh, sorry. Yep, guys. This is the problem. When you, like, shave your head bald and you go running, the aerodynamics, man, you just move so fast you don't want to stop going. It is going to be the Coloresses we talked about. Now, remember, this doesn't just affect Knights. It's not just heavy maces for Knights. It's heavy maces for Demi-Lancers as well. It's about to go from 9 damage per strike to 15. Don't let DeMu hear that? Why not? DeMu runs very fast. Like, guys, you know how you get DeMu to break, like, the sound barrier? All you have to do is very simple. At the top of your voice, you yell, "Freebie!" And, like, boom, he's gone. Guy's fast when the bar's open. Gotta get his brewskis. Myriad, surely we're thinking crossbows now, right? He has got the archery range from earlier. This is a tricky matchup, though. We saw it from the Chinese perspective. If you guys remember B versus Valdemar game 1, where like you see these knights, and you're like, oh, okay, I can't really be lancers anymore. You want to go crossbows. You go crossbows, and then you counter yeoman. At least with Shushi compared to China, you have an advantage in the Dully horses. Dully horses makes it a more fair fight up against the knights. Wait. I got worried for a second there, because remember, the Demi-Lancers are super low damage against Shallow Monks. It's so deceptive when you charge in like that, because it looked like it was going to be an easy kill, until you remember there's only 2 Knights. Who wins with House of Lancaster, 6 Lancers, or Shushi with 20%? So the Knights' increase in damage is worth a lot. So remember, you have 24 base, so increasing there's 4.8. It's the +6. But it's even more than that because like attack speed buffers aren't that good on melee units. So a lot of the time, melee units don't constantly stand still. Flash coming in. This is a rough fight, actually, Wham. Outnumbered. I don't think he really respected the raw count there. Guess he wanted the relic. One low attempt is not going to work out. So Wham forced to retreat. Myriad game all of a sudden looking super solid for him. Now Wham is going to keep scaling economy at home. We have got additional manas soon to be on the way. Before he does that, he needs to re-up the knight count. Spears are joining in as well. There is no veterancy yet. He's just trying to overwhelm. The scouts are absorbing some blows. Night Count is stabilizing though, so yeah, Myriad realizes he's not going to be able to grind for him here. That did give him space to try and pick up more relics, but the thing that worries me a bit for Myriad is this is still a one-Shalamont game. Yeah, he hasn't inflated the count to rush eco. We do have those final manners coming through. And Chuga new switch. Okay, so reaction to spear, right? But this is what I quite like about Lancaster in this matchup. Their position's nice because if you do force your opponent to go either crossbows or Chug, it opens the door to Yeoman. And this is where Lancaster Castle often feels ridiculous. It's not just the Demi-Lancer timing. It's then the ability to go from no Yeoman to a worthy army. All by the press of one button. Oh, the good news, at least for now, for Myriad, is he hasn't revealed the Chug. And I think that's very important. If Wham sees Chug, he'll react to it straight away with Yeoman Prep, Veterancy, and then the Shah Levy. The Knights is still a little bit of a problem, but like Myriad, that's why you're seeing him both bolt into Knights and add in some Chug. Uncomfortable game right now for Wham. How far ahead is he on economy? It's quite a bit, right? You can kind of see it in the numbers. They're actually keeping pace. But credit to Shushi's supervision, actually. And interesting, we also have the bolt magazines. Makes sense against spears. And yeah, just on the relics, you won't be able to see them returned by Shalamont. They just don't register on capture age. This has been like a known issue for a long time. Honestly, I've kind of given up on it again. He could actually bait a little here? No, okay, he does have vision. The scout was in there, yeah. Relic split is looking like it should be a 3-2 in favor of Myriad. If he ever scouts it. It still hasn't been revealed in that back corner. Wait, is Wham just rushing? No. Okay, thank you. I thought he was just straight up rushing Imperial Age. I mean, the crazy thing is, like, there's a world in which that works if it's Berkshire. Because Myriad's pacing is going to be a bit slower with him blobbing Chug. Right, slow to get the number together where you feel like you have the win, and then obviously slow to arrive in the enemy base. Like, in a very weird way, Wham could have got away with it, and it's happening anyway. Did he glimpse the Chug? I think he did. Yeah, when the scout came through, he must have noticed the Juganu. Because we've got a Yeoman switch on the way. Shai Levy. 30 seconds out from pumping out a very sudden 17 Yeoman. Veterancy hasn't been primed yet. Knights are circling around the back, so he's camping the berries just in case Myriad goes for it. And as soon as Myriad starts to get suspicious, come on. That's just annoying timing. Gets found on the first month. I think, yeah, okay, so he did glimpse the archer range. This is where Myriad should be a little bit suspicious. Unfortunately, he walked away just before he would have seen the Yos. Bam gets confirmation, sees it as Mass Chug. Spears are vetted up, remember. There is no Billman, so no minus armor. So the Yeomen aren't fully enabled yet, but I think that's because Wham wants to try and lean into like 30 Yeomen before he prioritizes that tech. You have Knights sneaking into the base. Good force reaction. Myriad has to go overkill. Sends practically all Knights to try and mirror this raid. And this feels like an overextension. Remember, Chuga's slow. So getting away can be difficult here, especially against Knights Yos. Okay, he gets the Knights back here quick enough. Myriad thinks it's go time, and I have to agree. Like, if you wait any longer, what's your advantage? There isn't much left for you. You're not going to want to do a farm transition while your opponent has passive infinite food. Wow, I'm anticipating the threat. Already has synchronized shot on the way, 45 seconds out. That's Yeoman. Poking and prodding. I think for Wham, he doesn't mind if he has to wait a little bit. It's almost like he's just trying to make sure Myriad doesn't go too quick. Because look at the text on the way. Range 2 is huge here. Billman is just 20 seconds out. So in 40 seconds time, Wham has a lot of power in his defense. Myriad, because of the position the archer ranges, can't immediately start stripping away the economy with this triple round. Can get delayed. A little bit of poke warfare. Synchronized shot. Just a few seconds away. It's 5 out. Flash comes in. Night Spears commit. Lancers peel back. They reveal the Chiganoo a little bit. Wham. Is he going to pull the trigger? There's the sync shot one. The second one as well. Spreads out the damage a little. The line goes wide, but Myriad at a disadvantage now. Look at the military count. The Knights just melted to that. Not able to contest up against the Lancastrians. The Spears lasted just long enough. The Billman tech also helping out so much here. Yo's clearing the way. Wow, looks like he's going to clear the way for a 3-0. Yeah, Myriad has nothing behind this. Down to 500 food. He knows it as well. GG gets called. For a moment, it looked like there was going to be a timing, but Wham! I mean, he shows you the versatility with this type of economy. That swift pivot from a 1 to 2 to 3 unit comp in the course of what? Maybe like 4 minutes. Crazy how potent this Civ can be. GG's, Mr. Wham. Wham also killing Eco. Yeah, I think even with the Eco kills that haven't been there, like that type of defeat on the fight is pretty much like damning. So, 3-0 win. Sorry, guys, if that was like, if the spectating wasn't that good, I was getting a bit, well, getting very peckish. Wham too good. Guy's a beast, man. No shame losing to our current champs. That means we're going to have Wham versus Cat. Semi-finals. Best of 5. That should be happening probably on Thursday. B is going to be going up against... I'm just going to spoil it. Because we're not going to cast it. Like, I should rest up a little bit. I'm a bit worried for my throat and the coughing. I need to go eat as well. But he will be up against... Let's see, is it going to be Anatan or Nimadan? Because they were playing at the same time as this series. So, yeah, it's going to be Anatan. He 3-0s Nimadan. So we can see a pretty quick game one. Chinese versus Rus. Receding ended up being Japanese versus Lancaster. Japan getting the win there. Then finally, it was 4 legs. French versus Mongols. French take the W. So, that's going to be it for today. Reminder, guys, I do not go live tomorrow. Finals will be on Thursday. I need to organize also who we're going to have on the show match on Friday. We should have a new map to show off. Flaunt, if you will. An appropriate one after my trip to the Laser Your Balls clinic. But I'll have more to reveal on that on Thursday. But yeah, what I'm going to do now, guys, I'm going to end the stream. Remember, if you haven't joined my Discord, go across to it. Make sure to follow me on Twitter, all these places like that. We usually post on Reddit and Discord when the show matches and the KPMM finals are going to be happening. Probably be around, like, I guess a 2 p.m. start time or 3 p.m. start time, UK time on Thursday is usually when we're live by. So I'll see you all there. But yeah, goodbye now, YouTube. And as for